Act 1. Scene 1. Troy before Priam's palace. Enter Troilus armed and Pandarus. Troilus. Chapter 100. All hear my varlet, I'll unarm again. Why should I war without the walls of Troy? That finds such cruel battle here within. Each Trojan that is master of his heart. Chapter 50. Him to field, Troilus alas hath none. Pandarus. Will this gear ne'er be mended? Troilus. The Greeks are strong and skillful to their strength, fierce to their skill and to their fierceness valiant. But I am weaker than a woman's tear, tamer than sleep, fonder than ignorance. Chapter 50. Valiant than the virgin in the night, and skillless as unpracticed infancy. Pandarus. Well, I have told you enough of this. For my part, I'll not meddle nor make no farther. He that will have a cake out of the wheat must tarry the grinding. Troilus. Have I not tarried? Pandarus. I the grinding, but you must tarry the bolting. Troilus. Have I not tarried? Pandarus. I the bolting, but you must tarry the leavening. Troilus. Still have I tarried. Pandarus. I to the leavening, but here's yet in the word, hereafter the kneading, the making of the cake, the heating of the oven, and the baking. Nay, you must stay the cooling too, or you may chance burn your lips. Troilus. Patience herself, what goddess ere she be. Chapter 500. Oth lesser blench its sufferance than I do. At Priam's royal table do I sit, and when fair Cressida comes into my thoughts, so traitor, when she comes, when she is thence. Pandarus. Well, she looked yesternight fairer than ever I saw her look, or any woman else. Troilus. Chapter 1 was about to tell thee, when my heart, as wedged with a sigh, would rive in twain. Chapter 50. Est Hector or my father should perceive me. Chapter 1. Have, as when the sun doth light a storm, buried this sigh in wrinkle of a smile, but sorrow that is couched in seeming gladness. Chapter 1. Like that mirth fate turns to sudden sadness. Pandarus. And her hair were not somewhat darker than Helen's, well, go to, there were no more comparison between the women. But for my part, she is my kinswoman. I would not, as they term it, praise her, but I would somebody had heard her talk yesterday, as I did. I will not dispraise your sister Cassandra's wit, but... Troilus. O Pandarus, I tell thee, Pandarus, when I do tell thee there my hopes lie drowned. Reply not in how many fathoms deep. They lie indrenched, I tell thee I am mad. Chapter 1. Cressida's love, thou answerst thee she is fair. Pourest in the open ulcer of my heart. Her eyes, her hair, her cheek, her gait, her voice. Handlest in thy discourse, oh, that her hand. Chapter 1. Whose comparison all whites are ink. Writing their own reproach, to whose soft seizure the signet's down is harsh and spirit of sense. Hard as the palm of plowman, this thou tell'st me. As true thou tell'st me, when I say I love her. But saying thus, instead of oil and balm, thou lay'st in every gash that love hath given me. The knife that made it. Pandarus. Chapter 1. Speak no more than truth. Troilus. Thou dost not speak so much. Pandarus. Faith, I'll not meddle in't. Let her be as she is, if she be fair, 'tis the better for her, and she be not, she has the men's in her own hands. Troilus. Good Pandarus, how now Pandarus? Pandarus. Chapter 1. Have had my labor for my travail, ill thought on of her and ill thought on of you, gone between and between, but small thanks for my labor. Troilus. What, art thou angry, Pandarus, what with me? Pandarus. Because she's kin to me, therefore she's not so fair as Helen. And she were not kin to me, she would be as fair on Friday as Helen is on Sunday. But what care I? I care not and she were a blackamoor, 'tis all one to me. Troilus, say I she is not fair. Pandarus, Chapter 1, do not care whether you do or no, she's a fool to stay behind her father. Let her to the Greeks, and so I'll tell her the next time I see her. For my part, I'll meddle nor make no more I the matter. Troilus, Pandarus, Pandarus, not I. Troilus, sweet Pandarus, Pandarus, pray you speak no more to me, I will leave all as I found it and there an end. Exit Pandarus and alarum. Troilus, peace, you ungracious clamors, peace, rude sounds. Fools on both sides, Helen must needs be fair. When with your blood you daily paint her thus. Chapter 1, cannot fight upon this argument. Chapter 1, T is too starved a subject for my sword. But Pandarus, O gods, how do you plague me? Chapter 1, cannot come to Cressida but by Pandar. And he's as tetchy to be wooed to woo, as she is stubborn chaste against all suit. Tell me, Apollo, for thy Daphne's love, what Cressida is, what Pandar and what we. Her bed is India, there she lies a pearl, between our Ilium and where she resides. Chapter 50, et it be called the wild and wandering flood. Ourself the merchant, and this sailing Pandar. Our doubtful hope, our convoy in our bark. Alarum, enter Aeneas. Aeneas. How now, Prince Troilus, wherefore not afield? Troilus. Because not there, this woman's answer sorts. For womanish it is to be from thence. What news, Aeneas, from the field today? Aeneas. That Paris is returned home and hurt. Troilus. By whom, Aeneas? Aeneas. Troilus by Menelaus. Troilus. Chapter 50, et Paris bleed, 'tis but a scar to scorn. Paris is gored with Menelaus' horn. Aeneas. Hark what good sport is out of town today. Troilus. Better at home, if would I might were May. But to the sport abroad, are you bound thither? Aeneas. Chapter 1, in all swift haste. Troilus. Chapter 100, go we then together. Scene 2, Troy, a street. Enter Cressida and her man Alexander. Chapter 100, Ida. Who were those went by? Alexander. Queen Hecuba and Helen. Chapter 100, Ida. And whither go they? Alexander. Up to the eastern tower, whose height commands as subject all the vale. To see the battle, Hector whose patience. Chapter 1, as a virtue fixed today was moved. He chid Andromache and struck his armorer. And, like as there were husbandry in war. Before the sun rose he was harnessed light. And to the field goes he, where every flower. Chapter 999, as a prophet weep what it foresaw. Chapter 1, in Hector's wrath. Chapter 100, Ida. What was his cause of anger? Alexander. The noise goes this, there is among the Greeks a lord of Trojan blood, nephew to Hector. They call him Ajax. Chapter 100, Ida. Good, and what of him? Alexander. They say he is a very man per se. And stands alone. Chapter 100, Ida. So do all men, unless they are drunk, sick, or have no legs. Alexander. This man, lady, hath robbed many beasts of their particular additions. He is as valiant as the lion, churlish as the bear, slow as the elephant, a man into whom nature hath so crowded humors that his valor is crushed into folly, his folly sauced with discretion. There is no man hath a virtue that he hath not a glimpse of, nor any man in a taint but he carries some stain of it. He is melancholy without cause and merry against the hair. He hath the joints of everything, but everything so out of joint that he is a gouty Briareus, many hands and no use, or purblind Argus, all eyes and no sight. Chapter 100, Resuscida. But how should this man, that makes me smile, make Hector angry? Alexander. They say he yesterday copped Hector in the battle and struck him down, the disdain and shame whereof hath ever since kept Hector fasting and waking. Enter Pandarus. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Who comes here? Alexander. Chapter 1000, Adam, your uncle Pandarus. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Hector's a gallant man. Alexander. As may be in the world, lady. Pandarus. What's that, what's that? Chapter 100, Resuscida. Good morrow, Uncle Pandarus. Pandarus. Good morrow, cousin Cressida, what do you talk of? Good morrow, Alexander. How do you, cousin, when were you at Ilium? Chapter 100, Resuscida. This morning, uncle. Pandarus. What were you talking of when I came? Was Hector armed and gone ere you came to Ilium? Helen was not up, was she? Chapter 100, Resuscida. Hector was gone, but Helen was not up. Pandarus. E'en so, Hector was stirring early. Chapter 100, Resuscida. That were we talking of, and of his anger. Pandarus. Was he angry? Chapter 100, Resuscida. So he says here. Pandarus. True, he was so, I know the cause too, he'll lay about him today, I can tell them that. And there's Troilus will not come far behind him, let them take heed of Troilus, I can tell them that too. Chapter 100, Resuscida. What is he angry to? Pandarus. Who, Troilus? Troilus is the better man of the two. Chapter 100, Resuscida. O Jupiter, there's no comparison. Pandarus. What, not between Troilus and Hector? Do you know a man if you see him? Chapter 100, Resuscida. I, if I ever saw him before and knew him. Pandarus. Well, I say Troilus is Troilus. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Then you say as I say, for I am sure he is not Hector. Pandarus. No, nor Hector is not Troilus in some degrees. Chapter 100, Resuscida. 'Tis just to each of them, he is himself. Pandarus. Himself, alas, poor Troilus, I would he were. Chapter 100, Resuscida. So he is. Pandarus. Chapter 100, Audition I had gone barefoot to India. Chapter 100, Resuscida. He is not Hector. Pandarus. Himself, no, he's not himself, widow were himself. Well, the gods are above, time must friend or end. Well, Troilus, well, I would my heart were in her body. No, Hector is not a better man than Troilus. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Excuse me. Pandarus. He is elder. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Pardon me, pardon me. Pandarus. Th others not come taught, you shall tell me another tale when th others come taught. Hector shall not have his wit this year. Chapter 100, Resuscida. He shall not need it if he have his own. Andarus. Nor his qualities. Chapter 100, Resuscida. No matter. Pandarus. Nor his beauty. Chapter 100, Resuscida. 'Twould not become him, his own's better. Pandarus. You have no judgment, niece. Helen herself swore th other day that Troilus, for a brown favor, for so tease I must confess, not brown neither. Chapter 100, Resuscida. No but browns. Pandarus. Faith to say truth, brown and not brown. Chapter 100, Resuscida. To say the truth, true and not true. Pandarus. She praised his complexion above Paris. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Why Paris hath colour enough. Pandarus. So he has. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Then Troilus should have too much. If she praised him above, his complexion is higher than his, he having colour enough, and the other higher, is too flaming a praise for a good complexion. I had as lief Helen's golden tongue had commended Troilus for a copper nose. Pandarus. Chapter 1, Swear to you I think Helen loves him better than Paris. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Then she's a merry Greek indeed. Pandarus. Nay, I am sure she does. She came to him th other day into the compassed window, and you know he has not passed 3 or 4 hairs on his chin. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Chapter 1, Indeed a tapster's arithmetic may soon bring his particulars therein to a total. Pandarus. Why, he is very young, and yet will he within 3 pound lift as much as his brother Hector. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Chapter 1, Is he so young a man and so old a lifter? Pandarus. But to prove to you that Helen loves him, she came and puts me her white hand to his cloven chin. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Juno have mercy, how came it cloven? Pandarus. Why, you know, T's dimpled. I think his smiling becomes him better than any man in all Phrygia. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Oh, he smiles valiantly. Pandarus. Chapter 500, Owes he not? Chapter 100, Resuscida. Oh yes, and twere a cloud in autumn. Pandarus. Why go to then, but to prove to you that Helen loves Troilus. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Troilus will stand to the proof, if you'll prove it so. Pandarus. Troilus, why he esteems her no more than I esteem an addle egg. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Chapter 1, If you love an addle egg as well as you love an idle head, you would eat chickens ith shell. Pandarus. Chapter 1, Cannot choose but laugh to think how she tickled his chin. Indeed, she has a marvel's white hand, I must needs confess. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Without the rack. Pandarus. And she takes upon her to spy a white hair on his chin. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Alas, poor chin, many a ward is richer. Pandarus. But there was such laughing, Queen Hecuba laughed that her eyes ran o'er. Chapter 100, Resuscida. With millstones. Pandarus. And Cassandra laughed. Chapter 100, Resuscida. But there was a more temperate fire under the pot of her eyes. Did her eyes run o'er too? Pandarus. And Hector laughed. Chapter 100, Resuscida. At what was all this laughing? Pandarus. Chapter 1000, Awry at the white hair that Helen spied on Troilus' chin. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Ant had been a green hair, I should have laughed too. Pandarus. They laughed not so much at the hair as at his pretty answer. Chapter 100, Resuscida. What was his answer? Pandarus. Quoth she, here s but 52 hairs on your chin, and one of them is white. Chapter 100, Resuscida. This is her question. Pandarus. That's true, make no question of that. 52 hairs, quoth he, and one white. That white hair is my father, and all the rest are his sons. Jupiter, quoth she, which of these hairs is Paris my husband? The forked one, quoth he, plucked out and give it him. But there was such laughing, and Helen so blushed, and Paris so chaffed, and all the rest so laughed that it passed. Chapter 100, Resida. So let it now, for it has been a great while going by. Pandarus. Well, cousin, I told you a thing yesterday, think on't. Chapter 100, Resida. So I do. Pandarus. Chapter 1, I'll be sworn 'tis true, he will weep you, and twere a man born in April. Chapter 100, Resida. And I'll spring up in his tears, and twere a nettle against May. Sound a retreat. Pandarus. Hark, they're coming from the field. Shall we stand up here and see them as they pass toward Ilium? Good niece, do, sweet niece Cressida. Chapter 100, Resida. At your pleasure. Pandarus. Here's an excellent place. Here we may see most bravely. I'll tell you them all by their names as they pass by, but mark Troilus above the rest. Chapter 100, Resida. Speak not so loud. Pandarus. That's Aeneas, is not that a brave man? He's one of the flowers of Troy, I can tell you, but mark Troilus you shall see anon. Chapter 100, Resida. Who's that? Pandarus. That's Antenor. He has a shrewd wit, I can tell you, and he's a man good enough. He's one o.th. soundest judgments in Troy, whosoever, and a proper man of person. When comes Troilus, I'll show you Troilus anon. If he see me, you shall see him nod at me. Chapter 100, Resida. Will he give you the nod? Pandarus. You shall see. Chapter 100, Resida. Chapter 1, If he do, the rich shall have more. Pandarus. That's Hector, that look you, that, there's a fellow, go thy way, Hector. There's a brave man, niece, oh brave Hector, look how he looks, there's a countenance. Is not a brave man. Chapter 100, Resida. Oh, a brave man. Pandarus. Chapter 1, a not, it does a man's heart good. Look you what hacks are on his helmet. Look you yonder, do you see? Look you there, there's no jesting, there's laying on, taked off who will, as they say, there be hacks. Chapter 100, Resida. Be those with swords. Pandarus. Swords, anything, he cares not, and the devil come to him, it's all one. By God's lid, it does one's heart good. Yonder comes Paris, yonder comes Paris. Chapter 50. Uki yonder, niece, is not a gallant man too, is not? Why this is brave now. Who said he came hurt home today? He's not hurt. Why this will do Helen's heart good now, ha? Would I could see Troilus now? You shall see Troilus anon. Chapter 100, Resida. Who's that? Pandarus. That's Helenus, I marvel where Troilus is, that's. Helenus, I think he went not forth today, that's Helenus. Chapter 100, Resida. Chapter 100, and Helenus fight uncle. Pandarus. Helenus, no, yes, he'll fight indifferent well. I marvel where Troilus is. Hark, do you not hear the people cry Troilus? Helenus is a priest. Chapter 100, Resida. What sneaking fellow comes yonder? Pandarus. Where, yonder, that's Deiphobus. 'Tis Troilus. There's a man, niece, brave Troilus, the prince of chivalry. Chapter 100, Resida. Peace for shame, peace. Pandarus. Chapter 1000, Ark him, note him. O brave Troilus, look well upon him, niece, look you how his sword is bloodied and his helm more hacked than Hector's, and how he looks and how he goes. O admirable youth, he never saw 23. Go thy way, Troilus, go thy way. Had I sister were a grace or a daughter a goddess, he should take his choice. O admirable man, Paris? Paris is dirt to him, and I warrant Helen to change would give an eye to boot. Chapter 100, Resida. Here comes more. Common soldiers pass. Pandarus. Asses, fools, dolts, chaff and bran, porridge after meat, I could live and die in the eyes of Troilus. Ne'er look, the eagles are gone. crows and daws, crows and daws. I had rather be such a man as Troilus than Agamemnon and all Greece. Chapter 100, Retelling. There is amongst the Greeks Achilles, a better man than Troilus. Pandarus. Achilles, a drayman, a porter, a very camel. Chapter 100, Retelling. Wells well. Pandarus. Well, well, why have you any discretion? Have you any eyes? Do you know what a man is? Is not birth, beauty, good shape, discourse, manhood, learning, gentleness, virtue, youth, liberality, and such like, the spice and salt that season a man? Chapter 100, Retelling. I, a minked man, and then to be backed with no date in the pie, for then the man's date is out. Pandarus. You are such a woman, a man knows not at what ward you lie. Chapter 100, Retelling. Upon my back to defend my belly, upon my wit to defend my wiles, upon my secrecy to defend mine honesty, my mask to defend my beauty, and you to defend all these, and at all these wards I lie at 1,000 watches. Pandarus. Say one of your watches. Chapter 100, Retelling. Nay, I'll watch you for that, and that's one of the chiefest of them too. If I cannot ward what I would not have hit, I can watch you for telling how I took the blow, unless it swell past hiding, and then it's past watching. Pandarus. You are such another. Enter Troilus boy. Boy. Sir, my lord would instantly speak with you. Pandarus. Where? Boy. At your own house, there he unarms him. Pandarus. Good boy, tell him I come, I doubt he be hurt, fare ye well, good niece. Chapter 100, Retelling. Adieu, uncle. Pandarus. Chapter 1, will be with you, niece, by and by. Chapter 100, Retelling. To bring, uncle. Pandarus. I, a token from Troilus. Chapter 100, Retelling. By the same token, you are a bawd. Words, vows, gifts, tears, and love's full sacrifice. He offers in another's enterprise. But more in Troilus thousandfold I see. Then in the glass of Pandar's praise may be. Yet hold I off, women are angels wooing. Things one are done, joy's soul lies in the doing. That she beloved knows not that knows not this. Chapter 1000, and prize the thing ungained more than it is. That she was never yet that ever knew. Chapter 50, Ove got so sweet as when desire did sue. Therefore this maxim out of love I teach. Achievement is command, ungained beseech. Then though my heart's content firm love doth bear, nothing of that shall from mine eyes appear. Scene 3, the Grecian camp, before Agamemnon's tent. Senate, enter Agamemnon, Nestor, Ulysses, Diomedes, Menelaus, and others. Agamemnon. Princes. What grief hath set these jaundies o'er your cheeks? The ample proposition that hope makes. Chapter 1, and all designs begun on earth below. Fails in the promised largeness, checks and disasters. Grow in the veins of actions highest reared. As knots by the conflux of meeting sap. Chapter 1, infects the sound pine and diverts his grain. Tortive and errant from his course of growth. Nor, princes, is it matter new to us, that we come short of our suppose so far, that after 7 years see, yet Troy walls stand. Sith every action that hath gone before, whereof we have record, trial did draw. Bias and thwart not answering the aim, and that unbodied figure of the thought, that gave surmised shape, why then, you princes? Chapter 500, O you with cheeks abashed behold our works, and call them shames, which are indeed not else, but the protractive trials of great Jove, to find persistive constancy in men, the fineness of which metal is not found, Chapter 1 End Fortune's Love, for then the bold and coward. The wise and fool, the artist and unread. The hard and soft seem all affind and kin. But in the wind and tempest of her frown. Chapter 501 Stinction with a broad and powerful fan. Puffing at all, winnows the light away. In what hath mass or matter by itself? Chapter 51 Ease rich in virtue and unmingled. Nestor, with due observance of thy godlike seat, great Agamemnon, Nestor shall apply thy latest words in the reproof of chance. Chapter 51 Ease the true proof of men, the sea being smooth. How many shallow bauble boats dare sail upon her patient breast, making their way with those of nobler bulk? But let the ruffian Boreas once enrage the gentle Thetis, and anon behold the strong-ribbed bark through liquid mountains cut, bounding between the two moist elements. Chapter 51 Key Perseus' horse, where's then the saucy boat, whose weak untimbered sides but even now. Chapter 100 O rivaled greatness, either to harbor fled, or made a toast for Neptune, even so. Chapter 500 Oth valor's show and valor's worth divide. Chapter 1 End storms of fortune, for in her ray and brightness the herd hath more annoyance by the breeze than by the tiger, but when the splitting wind. Chapter 1000 Aches flexible the knees of knotted oaks, and flies fled under shade, why then the thing of courage? As roused with rage doth sympathize, and with an accent tunned in self-same key, retorts to chiding fortune. Ulysses. Agamemnon, thou great commander, nerve and bone of Greece, heart of our numbers, soul and only spirit. Chapter 1 En whom the tempers and the minds of all should be shut up, hear what Ulysses speaks. Besides applause and approbation, the which, most mighty, for thy place and sway, and thou most reverend, for thy stretched out life. Chapter 1 Give to both your speeches, which were such as Agamemnon and the hand of Greece should hold up high in brass, and such again as venerable Nestor, hatched in silver, should with a bond of air, strong as the axle tree, on which heaven rides, knit all the Greekish ears to his experienced tongue, yet let it please both. Thou great and wise, to hear Ulysses speak. Agamemnon, speak, Prince of Ithaca, and bet of less expect that matter needless of importless burden. Chapter 1003 thy lips then we are confident. When rank their sights opes his mastic jaws, we shall hear music, wit, and oracle. Ulysses. Troy, yet upon his basis, had been down, and the great Hector's sword had lacked a master. But for these instances, the specialty of rule hath been neglected. And look how many Grecian tents do stand hollow upon this plain, so many hollow factions. When that the general is not like the hive, to whom the foragers shall all repair. What honey is expected, degree being visited. Unworthiest shows as fairly in the mask. The heavens themselves, the planets, and this center. Observe degree, priority, and place. Chapter 1 Sister, course, proportion, season, form, office, and custom, in all line of order. And therefore is the glorious planet Sol. Chapter 1 Noble eminence enthroned and sphered, amidst the other whose medicinable eye. Chapter 100 Oryx, the influence of evil planets, and posts like the commandment of a king. Sands check to good and bad, but when the planets. Chapter 1 Evil mixture to disorder wander. What plagues and what portents, what mutiny. What raging of the sea, shaking of earth. Chapter 100 A motion in the winds, frights, changes, horrors. Chapter 504 Urt and crack, rend and derasnate, the unity and married calm of states. Quite from their fixture, oh, when degree is shacked. Which is the ladder of all high designs. The enterprise is sick, how could communities? Chapter 500, Egries in schools and brotherhoods in cities. Peaceful commerce from dividable shores. The primogenity and due of births. Prerogative of age, crowns, scepters, laurels. But by degree stand in authentic place. Take but degree away, untune that string. And hark what discord follows, each thing melts. Chapter 1, En mere repugnancy, the bounded waters. Should lift their bosoms higher than the shores. And make a sop of all this solid globe. Strength should be lord of imbecility. And the rude son should strike his father dead. Force should be right, or rather right and wrong. Between whose endless jar justice resides. Should lose their names, and so should justice too. Then everything includes itself in power. Power into will, will into appetite. And appetite an universal wolf. So doubly seconded with will and power. Chapter 1000, Ust make perforce in universal prey. And last eat up himself, great Agamemnon. This chaos, when degree is suffocate, follows the choking. And this negulction of degree it is, that by a pace goes backward with a purpose. Chapter 1, T hath to climb the generals. By him one step below, he by the next. That next by him beneath, so every step. Exampled by the first pace that is sick. Of his superior, grows to an envious fever. Of pale and bloodless emulation. And 'tis this fever that keeps Troy on foot. Not her own sinews, to end a tale of length. Troy in our weakness stands, not in her strength. Nestor. Chapter 1000, Ost wisely hath Ulysses here discovered. The fever whereof all our power is sick. Agamemnon. The nature of the sickness found, Ulysses. What is the remedy? Ulysses. The great Achilles, whom opinion crowns. The sinew and the forehand of our host. Having his ear full of his airy fame. Grows dainty of his worth and in his tent. Chapter 51, Ease mocking our designs with him Patroclus. Upon a lazy bed the livelong day. Break scurril jests. And with ridiculous and awkward action. Which slanderer he imitation calls. He pageants us, sometime great Agamemnon. Thy topless deputation he puts on. And like a strutting player whose conceit. Chapter 51, Ease in his hamstring and doth think it rich. To hear the wooden dialogue and sound. Twixt his stretched footing and the scaffoldage. Such to be pitied and o'er-rested seeming. He acts thy greatness in, and when he speaks. 'Tis like a chime amending, with terms unsquared. Which, from the tongue of roaring Typhon dropped. Would seem hyperboles, at this fusty stuff. The large Achilles, on his pressed bed lolling. From his deep chest laughs out a loud applause. Chapter 100, Rise excellent, 'tis Agamemnon right. Now play me Nestor, hem and stroke thy beard. As he being dressed to some oration. That's done, as near as the extremest ends. Of parallels, as like as Vulcan and his wife. Yet God Achilles still cries, excellent. 'Tis Nestor right, now play him me Patroclus. Arming to answer in a night alarm. And then, forsooth, the faint defects of aid. Chapter 1000, Ust be the scene of mirth, to cough and spit. And, with a palsy fumbling on his gorget. Shake in and out the rivet, and at this sport. Sir Valor dies, cries oh enough Patroclus. Or give me ribs of steel, I shall split all. Chapter 1, End pleasure of my spleen, and in this fashion. All our abilities, gifts, natures, shapes. Severals and generals of grace exact. Achievements, plots, orders, preventions. excitements to the field or speech for truce. Success or loss, what is or is not serves. As stuff for these two to make paradoxes. Nestor. And in the imitation of these twain, who, as Ulysses says, opinion crowns. With an imperial voice, many are infect. Ajax is grown self-willed and bears his head. Chapter 1, and such a reign in full as proud a place. As broad Achilles keeps his tent like him. Chapter 1000, aches factious feasts, rails on our state of war. Bold as an oracle and sets their sights. A slave whose gall coins slanders like a mint. To match us in comparisons with dirt. To weaken and discredit our exposure. How rank soever rounded in with danger. Ulysses. They tax our policy and call it cowardice. Chapter 100, out wisdom as no member of the war. Forestall prescience and esteem no act. But that of hand, the still and mental parts. That do contrive how many hands shall strike. When fitness calls them on, and know, by measure, of their observant toil, the enemy's weight. Why, this hath not a finger's dignity. They call this bed work, mapry, closet war. So that the ram that batters down the wall. For the great swinge and rudeness of his poise, they place before his hand that made the engine. Or those that with the fineness of their souls, by reason guide his execution. Nestor. Chapter 50, at this be granted an Achilles' horse. Chapter 1000, Agamemnon's sons. Agamemnon. What trumpet, look Menelaus. Chapter 1000, Aeneas. From Troy. Enter Aeneas. Agamemnon. What would you for our tent? Aeneas. Chapter 1, this great Agamemnon's tent, I pray you. Agamemnon. Even this. Aeneas. Chapter 1000, I one that is a herald and a prince. Chapter 500, a fair message to his kingly eyes. Agamemnon. With surety stronger than Achilles' arm. For all the Greekish heads which with one voice. Chapter 100, all Agamemnon head in general. Aeneas. Fair leave and large security, how may? A stranger to those most imperial looks. Know them from eyes of other mortals. Agamemnon. So. Aeneas. Lie. Chapter 1, ask that I might waken reverence. And bid the cheek be ready with a blush. Chapter 1000, oldest as morning when she coldly eyes. The youthful Phoebus. Which is that god in office guiding men? Which is the high and mighty Agamemnon? Agamemnon. This Trojan scorns us, or the men of Troy. Our ceremonious courtiers. Aeneas. Chapter 100, our tears as free as debonair unarmed. As bending angels, that's their fame and peace. But when they would seem soldiers, they have galls. Good arms, strong joints, true swords, and Jove's accord. Nothing so full of heart, but peace, Aeneas. Peace, Trojan, lay thy finger on thy lips. The worthiness of praise disdains his worth. Chapter 1, that the praised himself bring the praise forth. But what the repining enemy commends. That breath fame blows, that praise soul pure transcends. Agamemnon. Sir, you of Troy, call you yourself Aeneas. Aeneas. I, Greek, that is my name. Agamemnon. What's your affairs, I pray you? Aeneas. Sir, pardon, tease for Agamemnon's ears. Agamemnon. He hears not privately that comes from Troy. Aeneas. Nor I from Troy come not to whisper with him. Chapter 1, bring a trumpet to awake his ear. To set his sense on the attentive bent. And then to speak. Agamemnon. Speak frankly as the wind. Chapter 1. Tea is not Agamemnon's sleeping hour. That thou shalt know, Trojan, he is awake. He tells thee so himself. Aeneas. Trumpet, blow loud. Send thy brass voice through all these lazy tents. And every Greek of metal, let him know. What Troy means fairly shall be spoke aloud. We have great Agamemnon here in Troy. A prince called Hector, Priam is his father. Who in this dull and long-continued truce? Chapter 1, Esresti groan, he bade me take a trumpet. And to this purpose speak, kings, princes, lords. Chapter 1, If there be one among the fairest of Greece, that holds his honor higher than his ease, that feeds his praise more than he fears his peril, that knows his valor and knows not his fear, that loves his mistress more than in confession, with truant vows to her own lips he loves, and dare avow her beauty and her worth. Chapter 1, and other arms than hers to him this challenge. Hector, in view of Trojans and of Greeks, shall make it good or do his best to do it. He hath a lady wiser, fairer, truer, than ever Greek did couple in his arms, and will tomorrow with his trumpet call. Chapter 1499, Way between your tents and walls of Troy, to rouse a Grecian that is true in love. Chapter 1, If any come, Hector shall honor him. Chapter 1, If none, he'll say in Troy when he retires. The Grecian dames are sunburnt and not worth the splinter of a lance, even so much. Agamemnon. This shall be told our lovers, Lord Aeneas. Chapter 1, If none of them have soul in such a kind. We left them all at home, but we are soldiers. And may that soldier a mere recreant prove. That means not, hath not, or is not in love. Chapter 1, If then one is or hath or means to be. That one meets Hector, if none else I am he. Nestor. Tell him of Nestor, one that was a man. When Hector's grandsire sucked, he is old now. But if there be not in our Grecian host a noble man that hath one spark of fire, to answer for his love, tell him from me. Chapter 1, I'll hide my silver beard in a gold beaver, and in my vambrace put this withered bronze. And meeting him, will tell him that my lady was fairer than his grandam and as chaste as may be in the world, his youth in flood. Chapter 1, I'll prove this troth with my 3 drops of blood. Aeneas. Now heavens forfend such scarcity of youth. Ulysses. Gamend. Agamemnon. Fair Lord Aeneas, let me touch your hand. To our pavilion shall I lead you, sir. Achilles shall have word of this intent. So shall each lord of Greece from tent to tent. Yourself shall feast with us before you go, and find the welcome of a noble foe. Exeunt all but Ulysses and Nestor. Ulysses. Nestor. Nestor. What says Ulysses? Ulysses. Chapter 1, Have a young conception in my brain. Be you my time to bring it to some shape. Nestor. What is't? Ulysses. This tease. Blunt wedges rive hard knots, the seated pride that hath to this maturity blown up. Chapter 1, N rank Achilles must or now be cropped, or, shedding, breed a nursery of like evil. To overbulk us all. Nestor. Well, and how? Ulysses. This challenge that the gallant Hector sends, however it is spread in general name, relates in purpose only to Achilles. Nestor. True, the purpose is perspicuous even as substance, whose grossness little characters sum up, and in the publication make no strain. But that Achilles were his brain as barren as banks of Libya, though Apollo knows. Teas dry enough will with great speed of judgment. I with celerity find Hector's purpose. Pointing on him, Ulysses, and wake him to the answer, think you. Nestor, why tease most meet, who may you else oppose? That can from Hector bring those honors off. Chapter 1, F not Achilles, though tea be a sportful combat. Yet in this trial much opinion dwells. For here the Trojans taste our dearsty repute. With their finsty palate, and trust to me, Ulysses, our imputation shall be oddly poid. Chapter 1, in this vile action for the success, although particular, shall give a scantling of good or bad unto the general. And in such indexes, although small pricks, to their subsequent volumes there is seen the baby figure of the giant mass. Of things to come at large, it is supposed, he that meets Hector issues from our choice, and choice being mutual act of all our souls. Chapter 1000, aches merit her election and doth boil. As twere from forth us all, a man distilled. Out of our virtues, who miscarrying, what heart receives from hence a conquering part, to steal a strong opinion to themselves, which entertained, limbs are his instruments. Chapter 1, and no less working than our swords and bows. Chapter 501, rective by the limbs. Ulysses, give pardon to my speech, therefore tease meet. Achilles meet not Hector, let us like merchants. First show foul wares, and think perchance they'll sell. Chapter 1, F not, the luster of the better shall exceed. By showing the worse first, do not consent that ever Hector and Achilles meet. For both our honor and our shame in this are dogged with two strange followers. Nestor. Chapter 1, see them not with my old eyes, what are they? Ulysses. What glory our Achilles shares from Hector. Were he not proud, we all should share with him. But he already is too insolent. And it were better parch in Afric's sun than in the pride and salt scorn of his eyes. Should he scape Hector fair, if he were foiled? Why, then we do our main opinion crush. Chapter 1, end taint of our best man, no make a lottery. And by device let blockish Ajax draw. The sort to fight with Hector, among ourselves. Give him allowance for the better man. For that will physic the great Myrmidon, who broils in loud applause and make him fall. His crest that prouder than blue iris bends. Chapter 1, F the dull brainless Ajax come safe off. We'll dress him up in voices, if he fail. Yet go we under our opinions still. That we have better men, but hit or miss. Our project's life this shape of sense assumes. Ajax employed plucks down Achilles' plumes. Nestor. Now, Ulysses, I begin to relish thy advice. And I will give a taste thereof forthwith. To Agamemnon go we to him straight. Two curs shall tame each other, pride alone. Chapter 1000, us tar the mastiffs on, as twere their bone. Act 2. Scene 1, the Grecian camp. Enter Ajax and the recites. Ajax. The recites. Thersites. Agamemnon, how if he had boils full all over generally. Ajax. The recites. Thersites. And those boils did run, say so. Did not the general run then? Were not that a bocce corps? Ajax. Chapter 500, Og. Thersites. Then there would come some matter from him. Chapter 1, see none now. Ajax. Thou bitch wolf's son, canst thou not hear, feel then. Thersites. The plague of Greece upon thee, thou mongrel beef-witted lord. Ajax. Speak then, thou unsalted leaven, speak. I will beat thee into handsomeness. Thersites. Chapter 1 Shall sooner rail thee into wit and holiness, but I think thy horse will sooner con an oration than thou learn a prayer without book. Thou canst strike, canst thou? A red murrain o' thy jade's tricks. Ajax. Toadstool, learn me the proclamation. Thersites. Chapter 500 Ost thou think I have no sense, thou strikest me thus. Ajax. The proclamation. Thersites. Thou art proclaimed fool, I think. Ajax. Chapter 500 O not porpentine, do not my fingers itch. Thersites. Chapter 1 Would thou didst itch from head to foot, and I had the scratching of thee, I would make thee the loathsomest scab in Greece. When thou art forth in the incursions, thou strikest as slow as another. Ajax. Chapter 1 Say the proclamation. Thersites. Thou grumblest and railest every hour on Achilles, and thou art as full of envy at his greatness as Cerberus is at Proserpina's beauty, ay, that thou bark'st at him. Ajax. Chapter 1001 Stress their sights. Thersites. Thou shouldst strike him. Ajax. Chapter 100 Oblof. Thersites. He would pun thee into shivers with his fist, as a sailor breaks a biscuit. Ajax. You whoreson cur. Thersites. Chapter 500 O do. Ajax. Thou stool for a witch. Thersites. I do, thou sodden-witted lord, thou hast no more brain than I have in mine elbows, and a cynico may tutor thee. You scurvy valiant ass, thou art here but to thrash Trojans, and thou art bought and sold among those of any wit like a barbarian slave. If thou used to beat me, I will begin at thy heel and tell what thou art by inches, thou thing of no bowels thou. Ajax. You dog. Thersites. You scurvy lord. Ajax. You cur. Thersites. Chapter 1000 Ars his idiot, do rudeness, do camel, do. Enter Achilles and Patroclus. Achilles. Why, how now, Ajax, wherefore do ye thus? How now, their sights, what's the matter, man? Thersites. You see him there, do you? Achilles. Aye, what's the matter? Thersites. Nay, look upon him. Achilles. So I do, what's the matter? Thersites. Nay, but regard him well. Achilles. Well, why so I do. Thersites. But yet you look not well upon him, for whosoever you take him to be, he is Ajax. Achilles. Chapter 1 Know that fool. Thersites. Aye, but that fool knows not himself. Ajax. Therefore I beat thee. Thersites. Chapter 50 O lo, what modicums of wit he utters! His evasions have ears thus long. I have bobbed his brain more than he has beat my bones. I will buy 9 sparrows for a penny, and his pia mater is not worth the 9th part of a sparrow. This lord, Achilles, Ajax, who wears his wit in his belly and his guts in his head, I'll tell you what I say of him. Achilles. What? Thersites. Chapter 1 Say this, Ajax. Ajax offers to strike him. Achilles. Nay, good Ajax. Thersites. Has not so much wit. Achilles. Nay, I must hold you. Thersites. As will stop the eye of Helen's needle, for whom he comes to fight. Achilles. Peace, fool. Thersites. Chapter 1 would have peace and quietness, but the fool will not he there, that he look you there. Ajax. O thou damned cur, I shall. Achilles. Will you set your wit to a fool, s? Thersithes. No, I warrant you, the fools will shame it. Patroclus. Good words the recites. Achilles. What's the quarrel? Ajax. Chapter 1 bade the vile owl go learn me the tenor of the proclamation, and he rails upon me. Thersithes. Chapter 1 serve thee not. Ajax. Well, go to, go to. Thersithes. Chapter 1 serve here voluntary. Achilles. Your last service was sufferance, 'twas not voluntary. No man is beaten voluntary. Ajax was here the voluntary, and you as under an impress. Thersithes. E'en so, a great deal of your wit too lies in your sinews, or else there be liars. Hector shall have a great catch and knock out either of your brains, were as good crack a fusty nut with no kernel. Achilles. What with me too, their sights? Thersithes. There's Ulysses and old Nestor, whose wit was mouldy ere your grandsires had nails on their toes, yoke you like draft oxen, and make you plow up the wars. Achilles. What? Thersithes. Yes, good sooth, to Achilles to Ajax too. Ajax. Chapter 1 shall cut out your tongue. Thersithes. Tease no matter, I shall speak as much as thou afterwards. Patroclus. No more words their sights peace. Thersithes. Chapter 1 will hold my peace when Achilles brack bids me, shall I? Achilles. There's for you, Patroclus. Thersithes. Chapter 1 will see you hanged like clotbuls ere I come any more to your tents. I will keep where there is wit stirring, and leave the faction of fools. Patroclus. A good riddance. Achilles. Chapter 1000. This, sir, is proclaimed through all our host, that Hector, by the 5th hour of the sun, will with a trumpet, twixt our tents and Troy, tomorrow morning call some knight to arms, that hath a stomach, and such a one that dare. Chapter 1000. Ain't in I know not what, tease trash, farewell. Ajax. Farewell, who shall answer him? Achilles. Chapter 1 know not, tease put to lottery otherwise. He knew his man. Ajax. Oh, meaning you, I will go learn more of it. Scene 2 Troy Priam's palace. Enter Priam, Hector, Troilus, Paris, and Helenus. Priam. After so many hours, live speeches spent, thus once again says Nestor from the Greeks. Deliver Helen, and all damage else. As honor, loss of time, travail, expense, wounds, friends, and what else dear that is consumed. Chapter 1 hot digestion of this cormorant war. Shall be struck off, Hector, what say you? Hector. Though no man lesser fears the Greeks than I, as far as toucheth my particular. Yet, dread Priam, there is no lady of more softer bowels. Chapter 1000, or spongy to suck in the sense of fear. Chapter 1000, or ready to cry out who knows what follows. Then Hector is, the wound of peace is surety. Surety secure, but modest doubt is called. The beacon of the wise, the tent that searches. To bottom of the worst, let Helen go. Since the first sword was drawn about this question, every tithe soul, mongst many thousand dismays, hath been as dear as Helen, I mean of ours. Chapter 1 we have lost so many tenths of ours. To guard a thing not ours, nor worth to us. Had it our name, the value of 110. What merit s in that reason which denies? The yielding of her up. Troilus. Fie, my brother. Weigh you the worth and honor of a king. So great is our dread father s in a scale. Of common ounces will you with counters sum the past proportion of his infinite, and buckle in a waist most fathomless, with spans and inches so diminutive, as fears and reasons, fie for godly shame. HCLENUS. No marvel though you bite so sharp of reasons. You are so empty of them, should not our Father bear the great sway of his affairs with reason? Because your speech hath none that tells him so. Troilus. You are for dreams and slumbers, brother priest. You fur your gloves with reason, here are your reasons. You know an enemy intends you harm. You know a sword employed is perilous. In reason flies the object of all harm. Who marvels then, when Helenus beholds a Grecian and his sword, if he do set the very wings of reason to his heels, and fly like chidden Mercury from Jove, or like a star desorbed, nay, if we talk of reason. Chapter 50. Let's shut our gates in sleep, manhood and honor. Should have hare hearts, would they but fat their thoughts with this crammed reason, reason and respect. Chapter 1000. Ache livers pale and lustihood deject. Hector. Brother, she is not worth what she doth cost the keeping. Troilus. What's aught but as 'tis valued? Hector. But value dwells not in particular will. Chapter 1. T holds his estimate and dignity. As well wherein 'tis precious of itself. As in the prizer, 'tis mad idolatry. To make the service greater than the god. And the will dotes that is attributive to what infectiously itself affects, without some image of th affected merit. Troilus. Chapter 1. Take today a wife and my election. Chapter 1. S led on in the conduct of my will. Chapter 1000. Why will enkindled by mine eyes and ears. Two traded pilots twixt the dangerous shores. Of will and judgment, how may I avoid? Although my will distaste what it elected. The wife I chose, there can be no evasion. To blench from this and to stand firm by honor. We turn not back the silks upon the merchant, when we have soiled them, nor the remainder viands. We do not throw in unrespective sieve. Because we now are full, it was thought meet. Paris should do some vengeance on the Greeks. Your breath with full consent bellied his sails. The seas and winds, old wranglers, took a truce. And did him service, he touched the ports desired. And for an old aunt, whom the Greeks held captive, he brought a Grecian queen, whose youth and freshness wrinkles Apollo s and makes stale the morning. Why keep we her, the Grecians keep our aunt. Chapter 1. S you worth keeping, why she is a pearl, whose price hath launched above 1,000 ships, and turned crowned kings to merchants. Chapter 1. If you'll avouch 'twas wisdom Paris went, as you must needs, for you all cried go, go. Chapter 1. If you'll confess he brought home worthy prize, as you must needs, for you all clapped your hands, and cried inestimable, why do you now the issue of your proper wisdom's rate, and do a deed that never fortune did, beggar the estimation which you prized, richer than sea and land, O theft most base, that we have stol'n what we do fear to keep, but thieves unworthy of a thing so stol'n, that in their country did them that disgrace, we fear to warrant in our native place. Chapter 100. ASSANDRA. Cry Trojans cry. Priam. What noise, what shriek is this? Troilus. 'Tis our mad sister, I do know her voice. Chapter 100. ASSANDRA. Cry Trojans. Hector. Chapter 1. T is Cassandra. Enter Cassandra, raving. Chapter 100. ASSANDRA. Chapter 100. Rye Trojans cry, lend me 10,000 eyes, and I will fill them with prophetic tears. Hector. Peace, sister, peace. Chapter 100. ASSANDRA. Chapter 6. Argins and boys, mid-age and wrinkled eld. Soft infancy, that nothing canst but cry. Add to my clamors, let us pay betimes. A moiety of that massive moan to come. Chapter 100. Rye Trojans cry, practice your eyes with tears. Troy must not be, nor goodly Ilion stand. Our firebrand brother Paris burns us all. Chapter 100. Rye Trojans cry a Helen and a woe. Chapter 100. Rye cry Troy burns or else let Helen go. Hector. Now, youthful Troilus, do not these high strains of divination in our sister work. Some touches of remorse, or is your blood so madly hot that no discourse of reason, nor fear of bad success in a bad cause. Chapter 100, and qualify the same. Troilus. Why, brother Hector? We may not think the justness of each act. Such and no other than event doth form it. Nor once deject the courage of our minds. Because Cassandra's mad, her brain-sick raptures. Chapter 100, Annot distaste the goodness of a quarrel, which hath our several honors all engagged. To make it gracious, for my private part. Chapter 1, Am no more touched than all Priam's sons. And Jove forbid there should be done amongst us such things as might offend the weakest spleen. To fight for and maintain. Paris. Else might the world convince of levity. As well my undertakings as your counsels. But I attest the gods your full consent gave wings to my propension and cut off all fears attending on so dire a project. For what, alas, can these my single arms? What propugnation is in one man's valor? To stand the push and enmity of those. This quarrel would excite, yet I protest. Were I alone to pass the difficulties, and had as ample power as I have will, Paris should ne'er retract what he hath done, nor faint in the pursuit. Priam. Paris, you speak. Chapter 51, Key 1 besotted on your sweet delights. You have the honey still, but these the gall. So to be valiant is no praise at all. Paris. Sir, I propose not merely to myself the pleasures such a beauty brings with it, but I would have the soil of her fair rape whipped off in honorable keeping her. What treason were it to the ransacked queen? Chapter 501, Grace to your great worths and shame to me. Now to deliver her possession up. On terms of base compulsion, can it be that so degenerate a strain as this should once set footing in your generous bosoms? There's not the meanest spirit on our party, without a heart to dare or sword to draw. When Helen is defended, nor none so noble, whose life were ill bestowed or death unfamed. Where Helen is the subject, then I say, well may we fight for her whom we know well. The world's large spaces cannot parallel. Hector. Paris and Troilus, you have both said well. And on the cause in question now in hand, have glozed but superficially, not much. Unlike young men whom Aristotle thought unfit to hear moral philosophy, the reasons you allege do more conduce to the hot passion of distempered blood than to make up a free determination twixt right and wrong, for pleasure and revenge. Have ears more deaf than adders to the voice of any true decision nature craves. All dues be rendered to their owners, now. What nearer debt in all humanity than wife is to the husband, if this law of nature be corrupted through affection, and that great minds of partial indulgence to their benumbed wills resist the same. There is a law in each well-ordered nation to curb those raging appetites that are. Chapter 1000, Os disobedient and refractory. Chapter 1, F. Helen then be wife to Sparta's king. As it is known she is, these moral laws of nature and of nations speak aloud. To have her back returned, thus to persist. Chapter 1, and doing wrong extenuates not wrong, but makes it much more heavy, Hector's opinion. Chapter 1, this in way of truth, yet nevertheless. Chapter 1000, why sprightly brethren I prepend to you. Chapter 1, resolution to keep Helen still. For 'tis a cause that hath no mean dependence upon our joint and several dignities. Troilus, why there you touched the life of our design. Were it not glory that we more affected than the performance of our heaving spleens? Chapter 1, would not wish a drop of Trojan blood spent more in her defense, but worthy Hector. She is a theme of honor and renown, a spur to valiant and magnanimous deeds, whose present courage may beat down our foes, and fame in time to come canonize us. For I presume brave Hector would not lose so rich advantage of a promised glory as smiles upon the forehead of this action for the wide world's revenue. Hector. Chapter 1, am yours, you valiant offspring of great Priamus. Chapter 1, have a roisting challenge sent amongst the dull and factious nobles of the Greeks. Will strike amazement to their drowsy spirits. Chapter 1, was advertised their great general slept, whilst emulation in the army crept. This, I presume, will wake him. Scene 3, the Grecian camp, before the tent of Achilles. Enter the recites Solus. Thersites. How now, Thersites, what lost in the labyrinth of thy fury? Shall the elephant Ajax carry it thus? He beats me and I rail at him. O worthy satisfaction, would it were otherwise that I could beat him whilst he railed at me. Foot, I'll learn to conjure and raise devils, but I'll see some issue of my spiteful execrations. Then there's Achilles, a rare engineer. If Troy be not taken till these two undermine it, the walls will stand till they fall of themselves. O thou great thunder-darter of Olympus, forget that thou art Jove, the king of gods, and Mercury, lose all the serpentine craft of thy caduceus, if ye take not that little less than little wit from them that they have, which short-armed ignorance itself knows is so abundant scarce, it will not in circumvention deliver a fly from a spider without drawing their massy irons and cutting the web. After this, the vengeance on the whole camp, or rather the Neapolitan boneache, for that, methinks, is the curse depending on those that war for a placket. I have said my prayers, and devil envy say, Amen. What ho, my lord Achilles. Enter Patroclus. Patroclus. Who's there? Their sights, good their sights come in and rail. Thersites. Chapter 1, if I coulda remembered a guilt counterfeit, thou wouldst not have slipped out of my contemplation. But it is no matter, thyself upon thyself. The common curse of mankind, folly and ignorance be then in great revenue. Heaven bless thee from a tutor, and discipline come not near thee. Let thy blood be thy direction till thy death. Then if she that lays thee out says thou art a fair course, I'll be sworn and sworn upon't she never shrouded any but Lazars. Amen. Where's Achilles? Patroclus. What, art thou devout, wast thou in prayer? Thersites. I, the heavens hear me. Patroclus. Amen. Enter Achilles. Achilles. Who's there? Patroclus. There sights, my lord. Achilles. Where, oh where, art thou come? Why my cheese, my digestion, why hast thou not served thyself into my table so many meals? Come, what's Agamemnon? Thersites. Thy commander, Achilles. Then tell me, Patroclus, what's Achilles? Patroclus. Thy lord their sights, then tell me, I pray thee, what's their sights? Thersites. Thy knower, Patroclus, then tell me, Patroclus, what art thou? Patroclus. Thou must tell that knowest. Achilles. O tell. Thersites. Chapter 1, I'll decline the whole question. Agamemnon commands Achilles. Achilles is my lord, I am Patroclus' knower, and Patroclus is a fool. Patroclus. You rascal. Thersites. Peace, fool, I have not done. Achilles. He is a privileged man, proceed Thersites. Thersites. Agamemnon is a fool, Achilles is a fool, Thersites is a fool, and as aforesaid, Patroclus is a fool. Achilles. Chapter 500, ere of this come. Thersites. Agamemnon is a fool to offer to command Achilles. Achilles is a fool to be commanded of Agamemnon. Thersites is a fool to serve such a fool, and this Patroclus is a fool positive. Patroclus. Why am I the fool? Thersites. Chapter 1000, Ake that demand of the Creator. It suffices me thou art, look you who comes here. Enter Agamemnon, Ulysses, Nestor, Diomedes, Ajax, and Calchas. Achilles. Chapter 100, Patroclus, I'll speak with nobody. Come in with me, Thersites. Thersites. Here is such patchery, such juggling, and such knavery. All the argument is a whore and a cuckold, a good quarrel to draw emulous factions and bleed to death upon. Now the dry serpigo on the subject, and war and lechery confound all. Agamemnon. Where is Achilles? Patroclus. Within his tent, but ill-disposed, my lord. Agamemnon. Chapter 50, Let it be known to him that we are here. He sent our messengers, and we lay by. Our appertainings, visiting of him. Chapter 50, Let him be told so, lest perchance he think. We dare not move the question of our place. Or know not what we are. Patroclus. Chapter 1, shall say so to him. Ulysses. We saw him at the opening of his tent. He is not sick. Ajax. Yes, lion sick of proud heart. You may call it melancholy if you will favor the man, but by my head, 'tis pride. But why? Let him show us a cause. A word, my lord. Takes Agamemnon aside. Nestor. What moves Ajax thus to bay at him? Ulysses. Achilles hath inveigled his fool from him. Nestor. Who the recites? Ulysses. He. Nestor. Then will Ajax lack matter, if he have lost his argument. Ulysses. No, you see he is his argument that has his argument, Achilles. Nestor. All the better, their fraction is more our wish than their faction. But it was a strong composure a fool could disunite. Ulysses. The amity that wisdom knits not, folly may easily untie. Re-enter Patroclus. Here comes Patroclus. Nestor. No Achilles with him. Ulysses. The elephant hath joints, but none for courtesy. His legs are legs for necessity, not for flexure. Patroclus. Achilles bids me say he is much sorry. Chapter 1, If anything more than your sport and pleasure. Chapter 999, Move your greatness and this noble state. To call upon him, he hopes it is no other. But for your health and your digestion's sake. In after dinner's breaths. Agamemnon. Hear you, Patroclus. We are too well acquainted with these answers. But his evasion, winged thus swift with scorn. Chapter 100, Annot outfly our apprehensions. Chapter 1000, Much attribute he hath and much the reason. Why we ascribe it to him, yet all his virtues, not virtuously on his own part beheld. Chapter 500. Oh, and our eyes begin to lose their gloss. Yea, like fair fruit in an unwholesome dish, are like to rot untasted. Go and tell him. We come to speak with him, and you shall not sin. Chapter 1. If you do say we think him overproud, and underhonest, in self-assumption greater then in the note of judgment, and worthier than himself. Here tend the savage strangeness he puts on. Chapter 501. Esguise the holy strength of their command, and underwrite in an observing kind. His humorous predominance, yea, watch. His course and time, his ebbs and flows, as if the passage and whole stream of this commencement rode on his tide. Go tell him this, and add that if he overhold his price so much, will none of him but let him, like an engine not portable, lie under this report. Bring action hither, this cannot go to war. A stirring dwarf we do allowance give. Before a sleeping giant, tell him so. Patroclus. Chapter 1. Shall, and bring his answer presently. Agamemnon. Chapter 1. N second voice will not be satisfied. We come to speak with him. Ulysses, enter you. Ajax. What is he more than another? Agamemnon. No more than what he thinks he is. Ajax. Chapter 1. Is he so much? Do you not think he thinks himself a better man than I am? Agamemnon. No question. Ajax. Will you subscribe his thought and say he is? Agamemnon. No, noble Ajax. You are as strong, as valiant, as wise, no less noble, much more gentle, and altogether more tractable. Ajax. Why should a man be proud? How doth pride grow? I know not what pride is. Agamemnon. Your mind is the clearer, Ajax, and your virtues the fairer. He that is proud eats up himself. Pride is his own glass, his own trumpet, his own chronicle, and whatever praises itself but in the deed devours the deed in the praise. Re-enter Ulysses. Ajax. Chapter 1. Do hate a proud man as I do hate the engendering of toads. Nestor. And yet he loves himself, is not strange. Ulysses. Achilles will not to the field tomorrow. Agamemnon. What's his excuse? Ulysses. He doth rely on none, but carries on the stream of his dispose, without observance or respect of any. Chapter 1. N will peculiar and in self-admission. Agamemnon. Why will he not, upon our fair request, untent his person and share chair with us? Ulysses. Things small as nothing, for request's sake only. He makes important, possessed he is with greatness, and speaks not to himself but with a pride that quarrels at self-breath, imagined worth, holds in his blood such swan and hot discourse, that twixt his mental and his active parts, kingdomed Achilles in commotion rages, and batters down himself. What should I say? He is so plaguy proud that the death tokens of it. Chapter 100. Rye no recovery. Agamemnon. Chapter 50. Et Ajax go to him. Chapter 500. Ear Lord, go you and greet him in his tent. T said he holds you well, and will be led, at your request, a little from himself. Ulysses. O Agamemnon, let it not be so. Will consecrate the steps that Ajax makes. When they go from Achilles, shall the proud lord, that based his arrogance with his own seam, and never suffers matter of the world, enter his thoughts, save such as doth revolve, and ruminate himself, shall he be worshipped. Of that we hold an idol more than he. No, this thrice worthy and right valiant lord shall not so stale his palm, nobly acquired, nor by my will subjugate his merit. As amply titled as Achilles is. By going to Achilles, that were to enlard his fat already pride, and add more coals to cancer when he burns. With entertaining great Hyperion, this lord go to him, Jupiter forbid. And say in thunder, Achilles go to him. Nestor. Oh, this is well, he rubs the vein of him. Chapter 501, OMEDES. And how his silence drinks up this applause. Ajax. Chapter 1, if I go to him, with my armed fist I'll pash him o'er the face. Agamemnon. Oh no, you shall not go. Ajax. And be proud with me, I'll feeze his pride. Chapter 50, et me go to him. Ulysses. Not for the worth that hangs upon our quarrel. Ajax. A paltry, insolent fellow. Nestor. How he describes himself. Ajax. Chapter 100, and he not be sociable. Ulysses. The raven chides blackness. Ajax. Chapter 1, let his humors blood. Agamemnon. He will be the physician that should be the patient. Ajax. And all men were my mind. Ulysses. Wit would be out of fashion. Ajax. I should not bear it so, should eat's words first. Shall pride carry it? Nestor. And 'twould you'd carry half. Ulysses. Would have 10 shares. Ajax. Chapter 1, will need him, I'll make him supple. Nestor. He's not yet through warm. Force him with praises, pour in, his ambition is dry. Ulysses. My lord, you feed too much on this dislike. Nestor. Our noble general, do not do so. Chapter 501, OMEDES. You must prepare to fight without Achilles. Ulysses. Why tease this naming of him does him harm? Here is a man, but tease before his face. Chapter 1 will be silent. Nestor. Wherefore should you so? He is not emulous as Achilles is. Ulysses. Know the whole world, he is as valiant. Ajax. A horse and dog that shall palter with us thus. Would he were a Trojan. Nestor. What a vice were it in Ajax now. Ulysses. Chapter 1, if he were proud. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Or covetous of praise. Ulysses. I or surly born. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Or strange or self-affected. Ulysses. Thank the heavens, Lord, thou art of sweet composure. Praise him that gat thee, she that gave thee suck. Famed be thy tutor, and thy parts of nature. Thrice famed beyond all erudition. But he that disciplined thine arms to fight. Chapter 50, et Mars divide eternity in twain. And give him half, and for thy vigor. Bull-bearing Milo his addition yield. To sinewy Ajax, I will not praise thy wisdom, which like a bourne, a pale ashore confines. Thy spacious and dilated parts, here's Nestor. Chapter 1, instructed by the antiquary times. He must, he is, he cannot but be wise. But pardon, Father Nestor, were your days as green as Ajax, and your brain so tempered. You should not have the eminence of him, but be as Ajax. Ajax. Shall I call you father? Nestor. I, my good son. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Be ruled by him, Lord Ajax. Ulysses. There is no tarrying here, the heart Achilles keeps thicket, please it our great general, to call together all his state of war. Fresh kings are come to Troy, tomorrow. We must with all our main of power stand fast. And here's a lord, come knights from east to west. And cull their flower, Ajax shall cope the best. Agamemnon. Go we to council, let Achilles sleep. Chapter 51. GHT boats sail swift, though greater hulks draw deep. Act 3. Scene 1. Troy, Priam's palace. Chapter 1000. Music sounds within. Enter Pandarus and a servant. Pandarus. Friend, you pray you, a word. Do you not follow the young Lord Paris? Servant. I, sir, when he goes before me. Pandarus. You depend upon him, I mean. Servant. Sir, I do depend upon the Lord. Pandarus. You depend upon a notable gentleman, I must needs praise him. Servant. The Lord be praised. Pandarus. You know me, do you not? Servant. Faith, sir, superficially. Pandarus. Friend, know me better, I am the Lord Pandarus. Servant. Chapter 1. Hope I shall know your honor better. Pandarus. Chapter 1. Do desire it. Servant. You are in the state of grace. Pandarus. Grace, not so, friend. Honor and lordship are my titles. What music is this? Servant. Chapter 1. Do but partly know, sir. It is music in parts. Pandarus. Know you the musicians? Servant. Holy sir. Pandarus. Who play they to? Servant. To the hearers, sir. Pandarus. At whose pleasure, friend? Servant. At mine, sir, and there's that love music. Pandarus. Chapter 100. Amend, I mean friend. Servant. Who shall I command, sir? Pandarus. Friend, we understand not one another. I am too courtly, and thou art too cunning. At whose request do these men play? Servant. That's taught indeed, sir. Marry, sir, at the request of Paris, my lord, who is there in person. With him the mortal Venus, the heart-blood of beauty, love's invisible soul. Pandarus. Who, my cousin Cressida? Servant. No, Sir Helen, could not you find out that by her attributes? Pandarus. Chapter 1. Should seem, fellow, that thou hast not seen the lady Cressida. I come to speak with Paris from the Prince Troilus. I will make a complimental assault upon him, for my business seeds. Servant. Sodden business, there's a stewed phrase indeed. Enter Paris and Helen, attended. Pandarus. Fair be to you, my lord, and to all this fair company. Fair desires in all fair measure fairly guide them, especially to you, fair queen. Fair thoughts be your fair pillow. Helen. Chapter 500. Ear lord, you are full of fair words. Pandarus. You speak your fair pleasure, sweet queen. Fair prince, here is good broken music. Paris. You have broke it, cousin, and by my life you shall make it whole again. You shall piece it out with a piece of your performance. Helen. He is full of harmony. Pandarus. Truly, lady, no. Helen. Oh, sir. Pandarus. Rude in sooth, in good sooth very rude. Paris. Well said, my lord, well you say so in fits. Pandarus. Chapter 1. Have business to my lord, dear queen. My lord, will you vouchsafe me a word? Helen. Nay, this shall not hedge us out. We'll hear you sing, certainly. Pandarus. Well, sweet queen, you are pleasant with me. But marry thus, my lord, my dear lord and most esteemed friend, your brother Troilus. Helen, Chapter 1000, Why Lord Pandarus, honey sweet lord. Pandarus, go to, sweet queen, go to, commends himself most affectionately to you. Helen, you shall not bob us out of our melody. If you do, our melancholy upon your head. Pandarus, sweet queen, that's a sweet queen, I faith. Helen, and to make a sweet lady sad is a sour offense. Pandarus, nay, that shall not serve your turn, that shall it not in truth, law. Nay, I care not for such words, no, no. And my lord, he desires you that, if the king call for him at supper, you will make his excuse. Helen, Chapter 1000, Why Lord Pandarus. Pandarus, what says my sweet queen, my very, very sweet queen? Paris, what exploits in hand, where sups he tonight? Helen, nay, but my lord. Pandarus, what says my sweet queen, my cousin will fall out with you. Helen, you must not know where he sups. Paris, Chapter 1, Allay my life with my disposer Cressida. Pandarus, no, no, no such matter, you are wide. Come, your disposer is sick. Paris, well, I'll make's excuse. Pandarus, I, good my lord, why should you say Cressida? No, your poor disposer's sick. Paris, Chapter 1, Spy. Pandarus, you spy, what do you spy? Come, give me an instrument, now, sweet queen. Helen, why, this is kindly done. Pandarus, Chapter 1000, Why niece is horribly in love with a thing you have, sweet queen. Helen, she shall have it, my lord, if it be not my lord Paris. Pandarus, he, no, she'll none of him, they two are twain. Helen, falling in, after falling out, may make them three. Pandarus, Chapter 100, come, I'll hear no more of this, I'll sing you a song now. Helen, I prithee now, by my troth, sweet lord, thou hast a fine forehead. Pandarus, you may, you may. Helen, Chapter 50, At thy song be love, this love will undo us all. O Cupid, Cupid, Cupid. Pandarus, Chapter 50, I that it shall I faith. Paris, I good now, love, love, nothing but love. Pandarus, Chapter 1, En good troth it begins so. Chapter 50, love, nothing but love, still more. For love's bow shoots buck and doe. The shaft confounds, not that it wounds, but tickles still the sore. These lovers cry, oh ho, they die. Yet that which seems the wound to kill. Chapter 500, Oth turn oh ho to ha ha he. So dying love lives still. Oh ho, a while but ha ha ha. Oh ho, groans out for ha ha ha, hey ho. Helen, Chapter 1, En love, I faith to the very tip of the nose. Paris, he eats nothing but doves, love, and that breeds hot blood, and hot blood begets hot thoughts, and hot thoughts beget hot deeds, and hot deeds is love. Pandarus, Chapter 1, this the generation of love, hot blood, hot thoughts, and hot deeds? Why, they are vipers. Is love a generation of vipers? Sweet lord, who's afield today? Paris, Hector, Deiphobus, Helenus, Antenor, and all the gallantry of Troy. I would fain have armed today, but my Nell would not have it so. How chance my brother Troilus went not? Helen, he hangs the lip at something, you know all, Lord Pandarus. Pandarus, not I, honey sweet queen, I long to hear how they spend today. You'll remember your brother's excuse. Paris, to a hare. Pandarus, farewell, sweet queen. Helen. Chapter 100, Amen me to your niece. Pandarus. Chapter 1, Will sweet queen. Exit, sound a retreat. Paris. There come from the field, let us to Priam's hall. To greet the warriors, sweet Helen, I must woo you. To help unarm our Hector, his stubborn buckles. With these your white, enchanting fingers touched, shall more obey than to the edge of steel. Or force of Greekish sinews, you shall do more. Then all the island kings, disarm great Hector. Helen. 'Twill make us proud to be his servant, Paris. Yea, what he shall receive of us in duty gives us more palm and beauty than we have. Yea, overshines ourself. Paris. Sweet, above thought I love thee. Scene 2, Troy, Pandarus orchard. Enter Pandarus and Troilus boy meeting. Pandarus. How now, where's thy master? At my cousin Cressida s. Boy. No, sir, he stays for you to conduct him thither. Enter Troilus. Pandarus. Oh, here he comes, how now, how now? Troilus. Sirrah, walk off. Pandarus. Have you seen my cousin? Troilus. No, Pandarus, I stalk about her door. Chapter 51, Key a strange soul upon the Stygian banks. Staying for waftage, O be thou my Charon, and give me swift transportance to these fields, where I may wallow in the lily beds. Proposed for the deserver, O gentle Pandar. From Cupid's shoulder pluck his painted wings, and fly with me to Cressid. Pandarus. Walk here ith orchard, I'll bring her straight. Troilus. Chapter 1, giddy, expectation whirls me round. Imaginary relish is so sweet that it enchants my sense, what will it be? When that the watery palate tastes indeed. Chapter 50, Ove's thrice repured nectar, death I fear me. Sounding destruction, or some joy too fine. Too subtle potent, tongue too sharp in sweetness. For the capacity of my ruder powers. Chapter 1, fear it much, and I do fear besides, that I shall lose distinction in my joys. As doth a battle when they charge on heaps. The enemy flying. Re-enter Pandarus. Pandarus. She's making her ready, she'll come straight, you must be witty now. She does so blush and fetches her wind so short, as if she were frayed with a sprite. I'll fetch her. It is the prettiest villain, she fetches her breath as short as a new tan sparrow. Troilus. Even such a passion doth embrace my bosom. Chapter 1000, Why heart beats thicker than a fever's pulse, and all my powers do their bestowing lose. Chapter 51, Key vassalage at unawares encountering. The eye of majesty. Re-enter Pandarus with Cressida. Pandarus. Chapter 100, come, what need you blush, shame's a baby. Here she is now, swear the oaths now to her that you have sworn to me. What, are you gone again? You must be watched ere you be made tame, must you? Come your ways, and you draw backward, will put you ith fills. Why do you not speak to her? Come, draw this curtain and let's see your picture. Alas the day, how loath you are to offend daylight. And twere dark you'd close sooner, so, rub on and kiss the mistress. How now, a kiss in fee farm, build there, carpenter, the air is sweet. Nay, you shall fight your hearts out ere I part you. The falcon as the tercel, for all the ducks ith river, go to. Troilus. You have bereft me of all words, lady. Pandarus. Words pay no debts, give her deeds, but she'll bereave you deeds too, if she call your activity in question. What billing again? Here s in witness whereof the parties interchangeably. Come in, I'll go get a fire. Chapter 100, Ariasida. Will you walk in, my lord? Troilus. O Cressid, how often have I wished me thus? Chapter 100, Ariasida. Wished, my lord, the gods grant, O my lord. Troilus. What should they grant? What makes this pretty abruption? What too curious dreg espies my sweet lady in the fountain of our love? Chapter 100, Ida. Chapter 1000, or dregs than water if my fears have eyes. Troilus. Fears make devils of cherubims, they never see truly. Chapter 100, Ida. Blind fear, that seeing reason leads, finds safer footing than blind reason stumbling without fear. To fear the worst oft cures the worse. Troilus. Oh, let my lady apprehend no fear. In all Cupid's pageant there is presented no monster. Chapter 100, Ida. Nor nothing monstrous neither. Troilus. Nothing but our undertakings when we vow to weep seas, live in fire, eat rocks, tame tigers, thinking it harder for our mistress to devise imposition enough than for us to undergo any difficulty imposed. This is the monstruosity in love, lady, that the will is infinite and the execution confined, that the desire is boundless and the act a slave to limit. Chapter 100, Ida. They say all lovers swear more performance than they are able, and yet reserve an ability that they never perform, vowing more than the perfection of 10, and discharging less than the 10th part of 1. They that have the voice of lions and the act of hares, are they not monsters? Troilus. Are there such? Such are not we. Praise us as we are tasted, allow us as we prove. Our head shall go bare till merit crown it. No perfection in reversion shall have a praise in present. We will not name desert before his birth, and being born, his addition shall be humble. Few words to fair faith, Troilus shall be such to Cressida as what envy can say worst shall be a mock for his truth, and what truth can speak truest not truer than Troilus. Chapter 100, Ida. Will you walk in, my lord? Re-enter Pandarus. Pandarus. What, blushing still, have you not done talking yet? Chapter 100, Ida. Well, uncle, what folly I commit I dedicate to you. Pandarus. Chapter 1, thank you for that. If my lord get a boy of you, you'll give him me. Be true to my lord, if he flinch, chide me for it. Troilus. You know now your hostages, your uncle's word and my firm faith. Pandarus. Nay, I'll give my word for her too. Our kindred, though they be long ere they are wooed, they are constant being one. They are burrs, I can tell you, they'll stick where they are thrown. Chapter 100, Ida. Boldness comes to me now and brings me heart. Prince Troilus, I have loved you night and day. For many weary months. Troilus. Why was my Cressida then so hard to win? Chapter 100, Ida. Hard to seem one, but I was one, my lord. With the first glance that ever pardon me. Chapter 1, if I confess much, you will play the tyrant. Chapter 1, love you now, but till now not so much. But I might master it, in faith I lie. Chapter 1000, why thoughts were like unbridled children, grown. Too headstrong for their mother, see we fools. Why have I blabbed, who shall be true to us? When we are so unsecret to ourselves. But though I loved you well, I wooed you not. And yet, good faith, I wished myself a man. Or that we women had men's privilege. Of speaking first, sweet, bid me hold my tongue. For in this rapture I shall surely speak. The thing I shall repent, see your silence. Chapter 100, unning in dumbness from my weakness draws. Chapter 1000, why very soul of counsel, stop my mouth. Troilus. And shall, albeit sweet music issues thence. Pandarus. Pretty eye faiths. Chapter 100, Ida. Chapter 1000, why lord I do beseech you pardon me. 'Twas not my purpose thus to beg a kiss. Chapter 1, am ashamed, O heavens what have I done? For this time will I take my leave, my lord. Troilus. Your leave, sweet Cressida. Pandarus. Chapter 50, Eve, and you take leave till tomorrow morning. Chapter 100, Ida. Pray you, content you. Troilus. What offends you, lady? Chapter 100, Resida. Sir, mine own company. Troilus. You cannot shun yourself. Chapter 100, Resida. Chapter 50, Let me go and try. Chapter 1, Have a kind of self resides with you, but an unkind self that itself will leave. To be another's fool, I would be gone. Where is my wit? I know not what I speak. Troilus. Well know they what they speak that speak so wisely. Chapter 100, Resida. Perchance, my lord, I show more craft than love, and fell so roundly to a large confession. To angle for your thoughts, but you are wise. Or else you love not, for to be wise in love exceeds man's might that dwells with gods above. Troilus. Oh, that I thought it could be in a woman. As, if it can, I will presume in you. To feed for aye her lamp and flames of love. To keep her constancy in plight and youth. Outliving beauty, outward with a mind that doth renew swifter than blood decays. Or that persuasion could but thus convince me that my integrity and truth to you. Chapter 1001. GHT be affronted with the match and weight of such a winnowed purity in love. How were I then uplifted, but alas. Chapter 1. Am as true as truth's simplicity, and simpler than the infancy of truth. Chapter 100. Resida. Chapter 1. End that I'll war with you. Troilus. O virtuous fight! When right with right wars, who shall be most right? True swains in love shall in the world to come approve their truth by Troilus when their rhymes, full of protest, of oath and big compare, want similes, truth turred with iteration. As true as steel, as plantage to the moon, as sun to day, as turtle to her mate, as iron to adamant, as earth to center. Yet, after all comparisons of truth, as truth's authentic author to be cited, as true as Troilus shall crown up the verse, and sanctify the numbers. Chapter 100, Resida. Prophet may you be. Chapter 1, If I be false or swerve a hair from truth. When time is old and hath forgot itself. When waterdrops have worn the stones of Troy. And blind oblivion swallowed cities up. And mighty states characterless are graded. To dusty nothing, yet let memory. From false to false, among false maids in love. Upbraid my falsehood when have said as false. As air, as water, wind, or sandy earth. As fox to lamb, or wolf to heifer's calf. Pard to the hind, or stepdame to her son. Yea, let them say, to stick the heart of falsehood. As false as Cressida. Pandarus. Go to, a bargain made, seal it, I'll be the witness. Here I hold your hand, here my cousins. If ever you prove false one to another, since I have taken such pains to bring you together, let all pitiful goers, between be called to the world's end after my name, call them all Pandars. Let all constant men be Troiluses, all false women Cressids, and all brokers between Pandars. Say, Amen. Troilus. Amen. Chapter 100, Resida. Amen. Pandarus. Amen, whereupon I will show you a chamber and a bed, which bed, because it shall not speak of your pretty encounters, press it to death. Away. Exeunt Troilus and Cressida. And Cupid grant all tongue-tied maidens here. Bed, chamber, pander, to provide this gear. Scene 3, the Greek camp. Flourish, enter Agamemnon, Ulysses, Diomedes, Nestor, Ajax, Menelaus, and Calchas. Chapter 100, ALCHAS. Now, princes, for the service I have done. Advantage of the time prompts me aloud. To call for recompense, appear it to your mind. That, through the sight I bear in things to come. Chapter 1, have abandoned Troy, left my possession. Chapter 1, anchored a traitor's name, exposed myself. From certain and possessed conveniences, to doubtful fortunes, sequestering from me all. That time, acquaintance, custom, and condition. Chapter 1000, a debt tame and most familiar to my nature. And here, to do you service and become. As new into the world, strange, unacquainted. Chapter 1, do beseech you as in way of taste. To give me now a little benefit. Out of those many registered in promise. Which you say live to come in my behalf. Agamemnon. What wouldst thou of us, Trojan, make demand? Chapter 100, ALCHAS. You have a Trojan prisoner called Antenor. Yesterday took, Troy holds him very dear. Often have you thanks therefore. Chapter 500, Essered my Cressid in right great exchange. Whom Troy hath still denied, but this Antenor. Chapter 1, no, is such a rest in their affairs. That their negotiations all must slack. Wanting his manage, and they will almost. Give us a prince of blood, a son of Priam. Chapter 1, end change of him, let him be sent, great princes. And he shall buy my daughter, and her presents. Shall quite strike off all service I have done. Chapter 1, end most accepted pain. Agamemnon. Chapter 50, et Diomes bear him. And bring us Cressid hither, Calches shall have. What he requests of us, good Diomed. Furnish you fairly for this interchange. Withal, bring word if Hector will tomorrow be answered in his challenge, Ajax is ready. Chapter 501, OMEDES. This shall I undertake, and 'tis a burden which I am proud to bear. Exeunt Diomes and Calches. Achilles and Patroclus stand in their tent. Ulysses. Achilles stands th entrance of his tent. Please it our general pass strangely by him, as if he were forgot, and princes all. Chapter 50, I negligent and loose regard upon him. Chapter 1 will come last, 'tis like he'll question me. Why such unplausive eyes are bent, why turned on him? Chapter 1, if so, I have derision medcinable. To use between your strangeness and his pride, which his own will shall have desire to drink. Chapter 1, tea may do good, pride hath no other glass. To show itself but pride, for supple knees. Feed arrogance, and are the proud man's fees. Agamemnon. Will execute your purpose and put on a form of strangeness as we pass along. So do each lord, and either greet him not, or else disdainfully, which shall shake him more. Then if not looked on, I will lead the way. Achilles. What comes the general to speak with me? You know my mind, I'll fight no more gainst Troy. Agamemnon. What says Achilles, would he aught with us? Nestor. Would you, my lord, aught with the general? Achilles. No. Nestor. Nothing, my lord. Agamemnon. The better. Exeunt Agamemnon and Nestor. Achilles. Good day, good day. Chapter 1000, Enelaus. How do you, how do you? Achilles. What, does the cuckold scorn me? Ajax. How now, Patroclus? Achilles. Good morrow, Ajax. Ajax. Huh? Achilles. Good morrow. Ajax. I, and good next day too. Achilles. What mean these fellows, know they not Achilles? Patroclus. They pass by strangely, they were us to bend. To send their smiles before them to Achilles. To come as humbly as they us to creep. To holy altars. Achilles. What am I poor of late? 'Tis certain greatness once fallen out with fortune. Chapter 1000. Us't fall out with men too, what the declined is. He shall as soon read in the eyes of others, as feel in his own fall, for men, like butterflies, show not their mealy wings but to the summer. And not a man for being simply man hath any honor but honor for those honors that are without him, as place, riches, and favor, prizes of accident as oft as merit, which when they fall, as being slippery standers, the love that leaned on them as slippery too. Chapter 500. Oth one plucked down another and together. Chapter 501. In the fall, but 'tis not so with me. Fortune and I are friends, I do enjoy at ample point all that I did possess. Save these men's looks, who do, methinks, find out something not worth in me such rich beholding, as they have often given. Here is Ulysses. Chapter 1. I'll interrupt his reading. How now, Ulysses? Ulysses. Now, great Thetis' son. Achilles. What are you reading? Ulysses. A strange fellow here. Writes me that man, how dearly ever parted. How much in having, or without or in. Chapter 100. Annot make boast to have that which he hath, nor feels not what he owes but by reflection. As when his virtues shining upon others, heat them and they retort that heat again. To the first giver. Achilles. This is not strange, Ulysses. The beauty that is born here in the face, the bearer knows not but commends itself to others' eyes, nor doth the eye itself, that most pure spirit of sense, behold itself, not going from itself but eye to eye opposed, salutes each other with each other's form. For speculation turns not to itself, till it hath travelled and is mirrored there, where it may see itself. This is not strange at all. Ulysses. Chapter 1. Do not strain at the position. Chapter 1. T is familiar, but at the author's drift, who, in his circumstance, expressly proves that no man is the lord of anything, though in and of him there be much consisting, till he communicate his parts to others, nor doth he of himself know them for aught, till he behold them formed in the applause, where thr extended, who like an arch reverberate, the voice again, or like a gate of steel, fronting the sun, receives and renders back. His figure and his heat, I was much wrapped in this, and apprehended here immediately. Th unknown Ajax, heavens, what a man is there! A very horse that has he knows not what. Nature, what things there are. Chapter 1000. Ost abject in regard and dear in use. What things again most dear in the esteem, and poor in worth, now shall we see tomorrow. An act that very chance doth throw upon him. Ajax renowned, O heavens, what some men do, while some men leave to do. How some men creep in skittish fortune's hall, whiles others play the idiots in her eyes. How one man eats into another's pride, while pride is fasting in his wantonness. To see these Grecian lords, why, even already, they clap the lubber Ajax on the shoulder, as if his foot were on brave Hector's breast, and great Troy shrieking. Achilles. Chapter 1. Do believe it, for they passed by me, as misers do by beggars, neither gave to me good word nor look. What are my deeds forgot? Ulysses. Time hath, my lord, a wallet at his back, wherein he puts alms for oblivion, a great sized monster of ingratitudes. Those scraps are good deeds past, which are, as fast as they are made, forgot as soon as done. Perseverance, dear my lord, Keeps honor bright, to have done is to hang. Quite out of fashion, like a rusty mail. Chapter 1, End monumental mockery, take the instant way. For honor travels in a strait so narrow. Where one but goes abreast, keep then the path. For emulation hath 1,000 sons. That one by one pursue, if you give way. Or hedge aside from the direct forthright. Chapter 51, Key to an entered tide they all rush by. And leave you hindmost. Or, like a gallant horse fallen in first rank. Chapter 51, there for pavement to the abject rear. O'errun and trampled on, then what they do in present. Though less than yours in past, must o'ertop yours. For time is like a fashionable host. That slightly shakes his parting guest by th hand. And with his arms outstretched, as he would fly, grasps in the comer, the welcome ever smiles. And farewell goes out sighing, oh, let not virtue seek remuneration for the thing it was. For beauty, wit, high birth, vigor of bone, desert in service. Chapter 50, friendship, charity are subjects all. To envious and calumniating time. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin. That all with one consent praise, newborn gods. Though they are made and molded of things past. And give to dust that is a little guilt. Chapter 1000, Or laud than guilt o'erdusted. The present eye praises the present object. Then marvel not, thou great and complete man, that all the Greeks begin to worship Ajax, since things in motion sooner catch the eye. Then what stirs not, the cry went once on thee, and still it might, and yet it may again. Chapter 1, If thou wouldst not entomb thyself alive, encase thy reputation in thy tent, whose glorious deeds but in these fields of late. Chapter 1000, Ade emulous missions mongst the gods themselves, and drave great Mars to faction. Achilles. Of this my privacy. Chapter 1, Have strong reasons. Ulysses. But gainst your privacy, the reasons are more potent and heroical. 'Tis known, Achilles, that you are in love with one of Priam's daughters. Achilles. Ta known. Ulysses. Chapter 1, that a wonder. The providence that's in a watchful state knows almost every grain of Plutus gold, finds bottom in th uncomprehensive deeps, keeps place with thought and almost like the gods. Chapter 500, thoughts unveil in their dumb cradles. There is a mystery with whom relation. Chapter 500, erst never meddle in the soul of state, which hath an operation more divine than breath or pen can give expressure to. All the commerce that you have had with Troy, as perfectly is ours as yours, my lord. And better would it fit Achilles much to throw down Hector than Polyxena. But it must grieve young Pyrrhus now at home, when fame shall in our island sound her trump, and all the Greekish girls shall tripping sing. Great Hector's sister did Achilles win, but our great Ajax bravely beat down him. Farewell, my lord, I as your lover speak. The fool slides o'er the ice that you should break. Patroclus. To this effect, Achilles, have I moved you. A woman impudent and mannish grown. Chapter 1, not more loath than an effeminate man. Chapter 1, End time of action, I stand condemned for this. They think my little stomach to the war, and your great love to me restrains you thus. Sweet, rouse yourself, and the weak wanton Cupid shall from your neck unloose his amorous fold, and, like a dewdrop from the lion's mane, be shook to air. Achilles. Shall Ajax fight with Hector? Patroclus. Ay, and perhaps receive much honor by him. Achilles. Chapter 1, See My Reputation is at Stake. Chapter 1000, Why Fame is Shrewdly Gored. Patroclus. O's then beware. Those wounds heal ill that men do give themselves. Omission to do what is necessary seals a commission to a blank of danger. And danger, like an ague, subtly taints. Even then, when they sit idly in the sun. Achilles. Go call their sights hither, sweet Patroclus. Chapter 1, I'll send the fool to Ajax and desire him. To invite the Trojan lords after the combat. To see us here unarmed, I have a woman's longing. An appetite that I am sick withal. To see great Hector and his weeds of peace. To talk with him and to behold his visage. Even to my full of view. Enter the recites. A labor salved. Thersites. A wonder. Achilles. What? Thersites. Ajax goes up and down the field asking for himself. Achilles. How so? Thersites. He must fight singly tomorrow with Hector, and is so prophetically proud of an heroical cudgeling that he raves in saying nothing. Achilles. How can that be? Thersites. Why, a stalks up and down like a peacock, astride in a stand, ruminates like an hostess that hath no arithmetic but her brain to set down her reckoning, bites his lip with a politic regard, as who should say, there were wit in this head, and 'twould out. And so there is, but it lies as coldly in him as fire in a flint, which will not show without knocking. The man is undone forever, for if Hector break not his neck ith combat, he'll break himself in vainglory. He knows not me. I said, Good morrow, Ajax, and he replies, Thanks, Agamemnon. What think you of this man that takes me for the general? He's grown a very land fish, languageless, a monster, a plague of opinion. A man may wear it on both sides like leather jerkin. Achilles. Thou must be my ambassador to him, Thersites. Thersites. Who I? Why, he'll answer nobody. He professes not answering. Speaking is for beggars. He wears his tongue in's arms. I will put on his presence. Let Patroclus make his demands to me, you shall see the pageant of Ajax. Achilles. To him, Patroclus. Tell him I humbly desire the valiant Ajax to invite the most valorous Hector to come unarmed to my tent, and to procure safe conduct for his person of the magnanimous and most illustrious 6 or 7 times honored Captain General of the Grecian army, Agamemnon. Do this. Patroclus. Jove bless great Ajax. Thersites. Patroclus. Chapter 1, Come from the worthy Achilles. Thersites. Patroclus. Who most humbly desires you to invite Hector to his tent. Thersites. Patroclus. And to procure safe conduct from Agamemnon. Thersites. Agamemnon. Patroclus. I, my lord. Thersites. Patroclus. What you say, Todd. Thersites. God by you with all my heart. Patroclus. Your answer, sir. Thersites. Chapter 1, F tomorrow be a fair day, by 11 of the clock it will go one way or other. Howsoever, he shall pay for me ere he has me. Patroclus. Your answer, sir. Thersites. Fare ye well with all my heart. Achilles. Why, but he is not in this tune, is he? Thersites. No, but out of tune thus. What music will be in him when Hector has knocked out his brains, I know not, but I am sure none, unless the fiddler Apollo get his sinews to make cattlings on. Achilles. Chapter 100, thou shalt bear a letter to him straight. Thersites. Chapter 50, Let me bear another to his horse, for that's the more capable creature. Achilles. Chapter 1000, Why mind is troubled like a fountain stirred. And I myself see not the bottom of it. Exeunt Achilles and Patroclus. Thersites. Would the fountain of your mind were clear again, that I might water an ass at it. I had rather be a tick in a sheep than such a valiant ignorance. Act 4. Scene 1, Troy, a street. Enter, at one side, Aeneas and servant with a torch. At another Paris, Deiphobus, Antenor, Diomes the Grecian, and others with torches. Paris. See ho, who is that there? Chapter 500, EIPHOBUS. Chapter 1, T is the Lord Aeneas. Aeneas. Chapter 1, S the prince there in person. Had I so good occasion to lie long. As you, Prince Paris, nothing but heavenly business. Should rob my bedmate of my company. Chapter 501, OMEDES. That's my mind too, good morrow, Lord Aeneas. Paris. A valiant Greek, Aeneas, take his hand. Witness the process of your speech, wherein you told how Diomed, a whole week by days. Chapter 999, Haunt you in the field. Aeneas. Health to you, valiant sir. Chapter 500, Uring all question of the gentle truce. But when I meet you armed, as black defiance, as heart can think or courage execute. Chapter 501, OMEDES. The one and other Diomed embraces. Our bloods are now in calm, and so long health. But when contention and occasion meet, by Jove, I'll play the hunter for thy life. With all my force, pursuit, and policy. Aeneas. And thou shalt hunt a lion that will fly. With his face backward, in humane gentleness. Welcome to Troy, now by Anchises' life. Welcome indeed, by Venus' hand I swear. No man alive can love in such a sort. The thing he means to kill, more excellently. Chapter 501, OMEDES. We sympathize, Jove let Aeneas live. Chapter 1, F to my sword his fate be not the glory. 1,000 complete courses of the sun. But in mine emulous honor let him die. With every joint a wound, and that tomorrow. Aeneas. We know each other well. Chapter 501, OMEDES. We do, and long to know each other worse. Paris. This is the most despiteful gentle greeting. The noblest hateful love that e'er I heard of. What business, Lord, so early? Aeneas. Chapter 1, was sent for to the king, but why I know not. Paris. His purpose meets you, 'twas to bring this Greek to Calchas' house, and there to render him for the unfreed Antenor, the fair Cressida. Chapter 50, Et s have your company, or if you please. Haste there before us, I constantly believe, or rather call my thought a certain knowledge. Chapter 1000, Why brother Troilus lodges there tonight. Rouse him and give him note of our approach. With the whole quality wherefore, I fear, we shall be much unwelcome. Aeneas. That I assure you. Troilus had rather Troy were born to Greece than Cressida born from Troy. Paris. There is no help. The bitter disposition of the time will have it so, on Lord will follow you. Aeneas. Good morrow all. Exit with servant. Paris. And tell me, noble Diomed, faith tell me true, even in the soul of sound good fellowship, who in your thoughts deserves fair Helen best? Chapter 1000, A Self or Menelaus. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Both alike. He merits well to have her that doth seek her. not making any scruple of her soilure. With such a hell of pain and world of charge. And you as well to keep her that defend her. Not palating the taste of her dishonor. With such a costly loss of wealth and friends. He like a puling cuckold would drink up. The lees and dregs of a flat-tamed piece. You like a lecher out of whorish loins. Are pleased to breed out your inheritors. Both merits poid, each weighs nor less nor more. But he as he, the heavier for a whore. Paris, you are too bitter to your countrywoman. Chapter 501, OMEDES. She's bitter to her country, hear me Paris. For every false drop in her body veins. A Grecian's life hath sunk for every scruple. Of her contaminated carrion weight. A Trojan hath been slain, since she could speak. She hath not given so many good words breath. As for her Greeks and Trojans suffered death. Paris, fair diom'd, you do as chapmen do. Chapter 501, sprays the thing that you desire to buy. But we in silence hold this virtue well. Will not commend what we intend to sell. Here lies our way. Scene 2, Troy, the court of Pandarus' house. Enter Troilus and Cressida. Troilus. Chapter 500, Ear trouble not yourself, the morn is cold. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Then, sweet my lord, I'll call mine uncle down. He shall unbolt the gates. Troilus. Trouble him not. To bed, sleep kill those pretty eyes. And give as soft attachment to thy senses. As infants empty of all thought. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Good morrow, thens. Troilus. Chapter 1, Prithee now to bed. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Are you aweary of me? Troilus. O Cressida, but that the busy day, whacked by the lark, hath roused the ribald crows. And dreaming night will hide our joys no longer. Chapter 1, Would not from thee. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Night hath been too brief. Troilus. Beshrew the witch, with venomous wights she stays. As tediously as hell, but flies the grasps of love. With wings more momentary swift than thought. You will catch cold and curse me. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Prithee tarry. You men will never tarry. O foolish Cressid, I might have still held off. And then you would have tarried, hark, there's one up. Pandarus. What's all the doors open here? Troilus. Chapter 1, T is your uncle. Enter Pandarus. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. A pestilence on him, now will he be mocking. Chapter 1, Shall have such a life. Pandarus. How now, how go maidenheads? Here, you maid, where's my cousin Cressid? Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Go hang yourself, you naughty mocking uncle. You bring me to do, and then you flout me too. Pandarus. To do what, let her say what. What have I brought you to do? Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 100, come, beshrew your heart, you'll ne'er be good nor suffer others. Pandarus. Ha ha, alas, poor wretch, ah, poor Capacia, hast not slept tonight, would he not a naughty man let it sleep, a bugbear take him. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 999, Not I tell you, would he were knocked I th head. Who's that at door, good uncle, go and see. Chapter 1000, Why Lord, come you again into my chamber? You smile and mock me, as if I meant naughtily. Troilus. Ta. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 100, you are deceived, I think of no such thing. How earnestly they knock, pray you come in. Chapter 1, Would not for half Troy have you seen here. Exeunt Troilus and Cressida. Pandarus. Who's there? What's the matter? Will you beat down the door? How now? What's the matter? Enter Aeneas. Aeneas. Good morrow, Lord, good morrow. Pandarus. Who's there? My lord Aeneas, by my troth. Chapter 1, Knew you not, what news with you so early? Aeneas. Chapter 1, not Prince Troilus here. Pandarus. Here, what should he do here? Aeneas. Chapter 100, he is here, my lord, do not deny him. Chapter 1, doth import him much to speak with me. Pandarus. Chapter 1, he here, say you? It's more than I know, I'll be sworn. For my own part, I came in late, what should he do here? Aeneas. Who, nay then, come, you'll do him wrong ere you are ware. You'll be so true to him to be false to him. Do not you know of him, but yet go fetch him hither, go. Re-enter Troilus. Troilus. How now, what's the matter? Aeneas. Chapter 1000, Why, Lord, I scarce have leisure to salute you. Chapter 1000, Why matter is so rash, there is at hand Paris your brother and Deiphobus, the Grecian Diomed and our Antenor. Chapter 500, Delivered to us and for him forthwith. Ere the first sacrifice within this hour, we must give up to Diomed's hand. The Lady Cressida. Troilus. Chapter 1, it so concluded. Aeneas. By Priam and the general state of Troy. They are at hand and ready to effect it. Troilus. How my achievements mock me. Chapter 1, We'll go meet them, and my lord Aeneas. We met by chance, you did not find me here. Aeneas. Good, my lord, the secrets of neighbor Pandar have not more gift in taciturnity. Exeunt Troilus and Aeneas. Pandarus. Chapter 1, Est possible? No sooner got but lost, the devil take Antenor. The young prince will go mad, a plague upon Antenor. I would they had broke's neck. Re-enter Cressida. Chapter 100, Ida. How now, what's the matter, who was here? Pandarus. Chapter 100, Ida. Why sigh you so profoundly? Where's my lord, gone? Tell me, sweet uncle, what's the matter? Pandarus. Would I were as deep under the earth as I am above. Chapter 100, Ida. Oh, the gods, what's the matter? Pandarus. Pray thee get thee in, would thou hadst ne'er been born, I knew thou wouldst be his death. O poor gentleman, a plague upon Antenor. Chapter 100, Ida. Good uncle, I beseech you, on my knees I beseech you, what's the matter? Pandarus. Thou must be gone, wench, thou must be gone, thou art chained for Antenor, thou must to thy father and be gone from Troilus. 'Twill be his death, 'twill be his bane, he cannot bear it. Chapter 100, Ida. O you immortal gods, I will not go. Pandarus. Thou must. Chapter 100, Ida. Chapter 1, Will not, uncle, I have forgot my father. Chapter 1, No touch of consanguinity. No kin, no love, no blood, no soul so near me. As the sweet Troilus, O you gods divine. Chapter 1000, 8 Cressids name the very crown of falsehood. Chapter 1, If ever she leave Troilus, time, force, and death. Chapter 500, Oh to this body what extremes you can. But the strong base and building of my love. Chapter 1, as the very center of the earth. Chapter 500, Rowing all things to it, I'll go in and weep. Pandarus. Chapter 500, Oh do. Chapter 100, Ida. Tear my bright hair and scratch my praised cheeks. Chapter 100. Rack my clear voice with sobs and break my heart. With sounding Troilus, I will not go from Troy. Scene 3, Troy, a street before Pandarus' house. Enter Paris, Troilus, Aeneas, Deiphobus, Antenor, and Diomes. Paris. Chapter 1, Tea is great morning, and the hour prefixed. For her delivery to this valiant Greek. Chapter 100, Ohms fast upon, good my brother Troilus. Tell you the lady what she is to do. And haste her to the purpose. Troilus. Walk into her house. Chapter 1, I'll bring her to the Grecian presently. And to his hand when I deliver her. Think it an altar, and thy brother Troilus. A priest there offering to it his own heart. Paris. Chapter 1, know what 'tis to love. And would, as I shall pity, I could help. Please you walk in, my lords. Scene 4, Troy, Pandarus' house. Enter Pandarus and Cressida. Pandarus. Be moderate, be moderate. Chapter 100, Resida. Why tell you me of moderation? The grief is fine, full perfect that I taste, and violenteth in a sense as strong as that which causeth it. How can I moderate it? Chapter 1, if I could temporize with my affections, or brew it to a weak and colder palate, the like allayment could I give my grief. Chapter 1000, why love admits no qualifying dross. No more my grief in such a precious loss. Enter Troilus. Pandarus. Here he comes, ah, sweet ducks. Chapter 100, Resida. O Troilus, Troilus. Pandarus. What a pair of spectacles is here, let me embrace too. O heart, as the goodly saying is. O heart, heavy heart. Why sighst thou without breaking? Where he answers again. Because thou canst not ease thy smart. By friendship nor by speaking. There was never a truer rhyme. Let us cast away nothing, for we may live to have need of such a verse. We see it, how now lambs. Troilus. Chapter 100, Recid, I love thee in so strained a purity, that the blessed gods, as angry with my fancy. Chapter 1000, or bright in zeal than the devotion which. Chapter 100, old lips blow to their deities, take thee from me. Chapter 100, Resida. Have the gods envy. Pandarus. I, 'tis too plain a case. Chapter 100, Resida. And is it true that I must go from Troy? Troilus. A hateful truth. Chapter 100, Resida. What, and from Troilus too? Troilus. From Troy and Troilus. Chapter 100, Resida. Chapter 1, Est possible. Troilus. And suddenly, where injury of chance puts back leave-taking, justles roughly by. All time of pause rudely beguiles our lips. Of all rejoinder, forcibly prevents. Our locked embrasures strangles our dear vows. Even in the birth of our own laboring breaths. We too, that with so many thousand sighs. Chapter 999, by each other must poorly sell ourselves. With the rude brevity and discharge of one. Chapter 1, injurious time now with a robber's haste. Chapter 100, rams his rich thievery up he knows not how. As many farewells as be stars in heaven. With distinct breath and consigned kisses to them. He fumbles up into a loose adieu. And scants us with a single famished kiss. Chapter 501, tasted with the salt of broken tears. Aeneas. My lord, is the lady ready? Troilus. Hark, you are called, some say the genius. Chapter 100, rise so to him that instantly must die. Bid them have patience, she shall come anon. Pandarus, where are my tears? Rain, to lay this wind, or my heart will be blown up by my throat. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. Chapter 1, Must then to the Grecians. Troilus, no remedy. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. A woeful Cressid, mongst the merry Greeks. When shall we see again? Troilus, hear me, my love, be thou but true of heart. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. Chapter 1, True, how now, what wicked deem is this? Troilus, nay, we must use expostulation kindly, for it is parting from us. Chapter 1, Speak not, be thou true as fearing thee. For I will throw my glove to death himself, that there's no maculation in thy heart. But be thou true, say I to fashion in. Chapter 1000, Why sequent protestation, be thou true. And I will see thee. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. Oh, you shall be exposed, my lord, to dangers. As infinite as imminent, but I'll be true. Troilus, and I'll grow friend with danger, wear this sleeve. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. And you this glove, when shall I see you? Troilus. Chapter 1, Will corrupt the Grecian sentinels. To give thee nightly visitation. But yet be true. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. O heavens, be true again. Troilus. Hear why I speak it, love. The Grecian youths are full of quality. They're loving, well composed with gifts of nature, flowing and swelling o'er with arts and exercise. How novelty may move, and parts with person. Alas, a kind of godly jealousy, which I beseech you, call a virtuous sin. Chapter 1000, Aches me afeard. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. O heavens, you love me not. Troilus. Chapter 501, I a villain then. Chapter 1, And this I do not call your faith in question. So mainly as my merit I cannot sing, nor heal the high lavelt, nor sweeten talk, nor play at subtle games, fair virtues all, to which the Grecians are most prompt and pregnant. But I can tell that in each grace of these, there lurks a still and dumb discoursive devil, that tempts most cunningly, but be not tempted. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. Chapter 500, Oh, you think I will. Troilus. No. But something may be done that we will not. And sometimes we are devils to ourselves, when we will tempt the frailty of our powers, presuming on their changeful potency. Aeneas. Nay, good my lord. Troilus. Chapter 100, Kiss and let us part. Paris. Brother Troilus. Troilus. Good brother, come you hither, and bring Aeneas and the Grecian with you. Chapter 100, Arius Idea. Chapter 1000, Why Lord will you be true? Troilus. Who I, alas, it is my vice, my fault. Whiles others fish with craft for great opinion. Chapter 1, With great truth catch mere simplicity, whilst some with cunning gild their copper crowns. With truth and plainness I do wear mine bare. Fear not my truth, the moral of my wit. Chapter 1, Plain and true, there's all the reach of it. Enter Aeneas, Paris, Antenor, Deiphobus and Diomes. Welcome, Sir Diomed, here is the lady, which for Antenor we deliver you. At the port, lord, I'll give her to thy hand, and by the way possess thee what she is. Entreat her fair, and by my soul, fair Greek. Chapter 1, Ere thou stand at mercy of my sword. Name Cressid, and thy life shall be as safe. as Priam is in Ilion. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Fair Lady Cressida. So please you, save the thanks this prince expects. The luster in your eye, heaven in your cheek. Pleads your fair usage, and to Diomd. You shall be mistress, and command him wholly. Troilus. Grecian, thou dost not use me courteously. To shame the zeal of my petition to thee. Chapter 1, and praising her, I tell thee, Lord of Greece. She is as far high soaring o'er thy praises, as thou unworthy to be called her servant. Chapter 1, charge thee use her well, even for my charge. For, by the dreadful Pluto, if thou dost not, though the great bulk Achilles be thy guard. Chapter 1, I'll cut thy throat. Chapter 501, OMEDES. O, be not moved, Prince Troilus. Chapter 50, let me be privileged by my place and message, to be a speaker free, when I am hence. Chapter 1, I'll answer to my lust, and know you, Lord. Chapter 1, I'll nothing do on charge to her own worth. She shall be prised, but that you say bet so. Chapter 1, speak it in my spirit and honor, no. Troilus. Chapter 100, Ohm to the port, I'll tell thee, Diomd. This brave shall oft make thee to hide thy head. Chapter 50, Adai give me your hand, and as we walk, to our own selves bend we our needful talk. Exeunt Troilus, Cressida and Diomes. Paris. Hark Hector's trumpet. Aeneas. How have we spent this morning? The prince must think me tardy and remiss, that swore to ride before him to the field. Paris. 'Tis Troilus' fault, come to field with him. Chapter 500, EIPHOBUS. Chapter 50, Let us make ready straight. Aeneas. Yea, with a bridegroom's fresh alacrity. Chapter 50, Let us address to tend on Hector's heels. The glory of our Troy doth this day lie on his fair worth and single chivalry. Scene 5, the Grecian camp, lists set out. Enter Ajax, armed, Agamemnon, Achilles, Patroclus, Menelaus, Ulysses, Nestor, and others. Agamemnon. Here art thou in appointment fresh and fair, anticipating time with starting courage. Give with thy trumpet a loud note to Troy, thou dreadful Ajax that thee appalled. Chapter 1000, I pierce the head of the great combatant, and hail him hither. Ajax. Thou, trumpet, there's my purse. Now crack thy lungs and split thy brazen pipe. Blow, villain, till thy sphered bias cheek outswell the colic of puffed Aquilin. Chapter 100, Ohm, stretch thy chest and let thy eyes spout blood. Thou blowest for Hector. Ulysses. No trumpet answers. Achilles. 'Tis but early days. Agamemnon. Chapter 1, Es not yon Diomd with Calchas' daughter. Ulysses. 'Tis he, I ken the manner of his gait. He rises on the toe, that spirit of his. Chapter 1, An aspiration lifts him from the earth. Enter Diomes and Cressida. Agamemnon. Chapter 1, Es this the Lady Cressida. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Even she. Agamemnon. Chapter 1000, Ost dearly welcome to the Greeks' sweet lady. Nestor. Our general doth salute you with a kiss. Ulysses. Yet is the kindness but particular. 'Twere better she were kissed in general. Nestor. And very courtly counsel, I'll begin. So much for Nestor. Achilles. Chapter 1, I'll take that winter from your lips, fair lady. Achilles bids you welcome. Chapter 1000, Enealaus. Chapter 1, had good argument for kissing once. Patroclus. But that's no argument for kissing now. For thus popped Paris in his hardiment, and parted thus you and your argument. Ulysses. O deadly gall and theme of all our scorns, for which we lose our heads to gild his horns. Patroclus. The first was Menelaus, kiss this mine. Patroclus kisses you. Chapter 1000, Enelaus. Oh, this is trim. Patroclus. Paris and I kiss evermore for him. Chapter 1000, Enelaus. Chapter 1, I'll have my kiss, sir, lady, by your leave. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Chapter 1, N kissing, do you render or receive? Patroclus. Both take and give. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Chapter 1, I'll make my match to live. The kiss you take is better than you give. Therefore no kiss. Chapter 1000, Enelaus. Chapter 1, I'll give you boot, I'll give you 3 for 1. Chapter 100, Resuscida. You are an odd man, give even or give none. Chapter 1000, Enelaus. An odd man, lady, every man is odd. Chapter 100, Resuscida. No, Paris is not, for you know 'tis true that you are odd, and he is even with you. Chapter 1000, Enelaus. You fillip me oth head. Chapter 100, Resuscida. No, I'll be sworn. Ulysses. Chapter 1, T were no match, your nail against his horn. Chapter 1000, I, sweet lady, beg a kiss of you. Chapter 100, Resuscida. You may. Ulysses. Chapter 1, do desire it. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Why beg then? Ulysses. Why then, for Venus' sake, give me a kiss? When Helen is a maid again and his. Chapter 100, Resuscida. Chapter 1, I'm your debtor, claim it when 'tis due. Ulysses. Never's my day, and then a kiss of you. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Chapter 50, a die, a word, I'll bring you to your father. Exit with Cressida. Nestor. A woman of quick sense. Ulysses. Fie upon her. There's language in her eye, her cheek, her lip. Nay, her foot speaks, her wanton spirits look out at every joint and motive of her body. Oh, these encounterers so glib of tongue, that give a coasting welcome ere it comes, and wide unclasp the tables of their thoughts. To every tickling reader, set them down, for sluttish spoils of opportunity, and daughters of the game. Boal. The Trojans' trumpet. Agamemnon. Yonder comes the troop. Enter Hector, armed, Aeneas, Troilus, Paris, Deiphobus, and other Trojans with attendants. Aeneas. Hail all you state of Greece, what shall be done? To him that victory commands, or do you purpose? A victor shall be known, will you the knights? Shall to the edge of all extremity pursue each other, or shall be divided by any voice or order of the field? Hector bade ask Agamemnon, which way would Hector have it? Aeneas. He cares not, he'll obey conditions. Agamemnon. 'Tis done like Hector. Achilles. But securely done. A little proudly and great deal misprising. The knight opposed. Aeneas. Chapter 1, F not Achilles, sir. What is your name? Achilles. Chapter 1, F not Achilles, nothing. Aeneas. Therefore Achilles, but Whate'er know this. Chapter 1, and the extremity of great and little. Chapter 5, allure and pride excel themselves in Hector. The one almost as infinite as all. The other blank as nothing, weigh him well. And that which looks like pride is courtesy. This Ajax is half made of Hector's blood. Chapter 1, in love whereof half Hector stays at home. Half heart, half hand, half Hector comes to seek. This blended knight, half Trojan and half Greek. Achilles. A maiden battle then, oh, I perceive you. Re-enter Diomedes. Agamemnon. Here is Sir Diomed, go gentle knight. Stand by our Ajax, as you and Lord Aeneas. Chapter 100, Onsent upon the order of their fight. So be it, either to the uttermost. Or else a breath, the combatants being kin. Half stints their strife before their strokes begin. Ajax and Hector enter the lists. Ulysses. They are opposed already. Agamemnon. What Trojan is that same that looks so heavy? Ulysses. The youngest son of Priam, a true knight. Not yet mature, yet matchless, firm of word. Speaking in deeds and deedless in his tongue. Not soon provoked, nor being provoked soon calmed. His heart and hand both open and both free. For what he has he gives, what thinks he shows. Yet gives he not till judgment guide his bounty. Nor dignifies an impure thought with breath. Chapter 1000, Anly as Hector but more dangerous. For Hector in his blaze of wrath subscribes to tender objects, but he in heat of action. Chapter 1, S more vindicative than jealous love. They call him Troilus and on him erect a second hope as fairly built as Hector. Thus says Aeneas, one that knows the youth, even to his inches and with private soul. Chapter 999, in great Ilion thus translate him to me. Alarum, Hector and Ajax fight. Agamemnon. They are in action. Nestor. Now Ajax hold thine own. Troilus. Hector, thou sleep'st, awake thee. Agamemnon. His blows are well disposed, there Ajax. Chapter 501, OMEDES. You must know more. Aeneas. Princes enough so please you. Ajax. Chapter 1, am not warm yet, let us fight again. Chapter 501, OMEDES. As Hector pleases. Hector. Why, then will I know more. Thou art, great lord, my father's sister's son. A cousin german to great Priam's seed. The obligation of our blood forbids a gory emulation twixt us twain. Were thy commixtion Greek and Trojan so, that thou couldst say, this hand is Grecian all, and this is Trojan, the sinews of this leg. All Greek and this all Troy, my mother's blood, runs on the dexter cheek, and this sinister bounds in my father S, by Jove multipotent. Thou shouldst not bear from me a Greekish member, wherein my sword had not impressure made. Of our rank feud, but the just gods gainsay that any drop thou borrowedst from thy mother. Chapter 1000, why sacred ant should by my mortal sword be drained, let me embrace thee, Ajax. By him that thunders, thou hast lusty arms. Hector would have them fall upon him thus. Chapter 100, Ausen, all honor to thee. Ajax. Chapter 1, thank thee, Hector. Thou art too gentle and too free a man. Chapter 1, came to kill thee, cousin, and bear hence a great addition earned in thy deaths. Hector. Not Neoptolemus so mirable, on whose bright crest fame with her loudsty oys. Chapter 100, rise, this is he, could promise to himself A thought of added honor torn from Hector. Aeneas. There is expectance here from both the sides. What further you will do? Hector. We'll answer it. The issue is embracement, Ajax farewell. Ajax. Chapter 1, If I might in entreaties find success. As seld, I have the chance I would desire. Chapter 1000, Why famous cousin to our Grecian tents. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Tease Agamemnon's wish and great Achilles. Chapter 500, Oth longed to see unarmed the valiant Hector. Hector. Aeneas, call my brother Troilus to me, and signify this loving interview. To the expectors of our Trojan part. Chapter 500, Esser them home, give me thy hand, my cousin. Chapter 1, We'll go eat with thee and see your knights. Agamemnon and the rest of the Greeks come forward. Ajax. Great Agamemnon comes to meet us here. Hector. The worthiest of them tell me name by name. But for Achilles, my own searching eyes shall find him by his large and portly size. Agamemnon. Worthy all arms, as welcome as to one. That would be rid of such an enemy. But that's no welcome, understand more clear. What's past and what's to come is strewed with husks and formless ruin of oblivion. But in this extant moment, faith and troth, strained purely from all hollow bias drawing, bids thee with most divine integrity. From heart of very heart, great Hector, welcome. Hector. Chapter 1, Thank thee, most imperious Agamemnon. Agamemnon. My well-famed lord of Troy, no less to you. Chapter 1000, Eneus. Chapter 50, Let me confirm my princely brother's greeting. You brace of warlike brothers, welcome hither. Hector. Who must we answer? Aeneas. The noble Menelaus. Hector. Owe you, my lord, by Mars his gauntlet thanks. Chapter 1000, Ock not that I affect the untraded oath. Your quondam wife swears still by Venus' glove. She's well, but bade me not commend her to you. Chapter 1000, Eneus. Name her not now, sir, she's a deadly theme. Hector. Oh, pardon I offend. Nestor. Chapter 1, Have thou gallant Trojan seen thee oft? Chapter 50, A burring for destiny make cruel way. Through ranks of Greekish youth, and I have seen thee. As hot as Perseus, spur thy Phrygian steed. Chapter 500, Espising many forfeits and subduements. When thou hast hung thy advanced sword chair, not letting it decline on the declined. That I have said to some my standers, by lo, Jupiter is yonder dealing life. And I have seen thee pause and take thy breath. When that a ring of Greeks have shrapped thee in. Chapter 51, Key an Olympian wrestling, this have I seen. But this thy countenance, still locked in steel. Chapter 1, Never saw till now, I knew thy grandsire. And once fought with him, he was a soldier good. But by great Mars, the captain of us all. Never like thee, oh, let an old man embrace thee. And, worthy warrior, welcome to our tents. Aeneas. Tease the old Nestor. Hector. Chapter 50, Let me embrace thee, good old chronicle, that hast so long walked hand in hand with time. Chapter 1000, Ost Reverend Nestor, I am glad to clasp thee. Nestor. Chapter 1, Would my arms could match thee in contention, as they contend with thee in courtesy. Hector. Chapter 1, Would they could. Nestor. Huh? By this white beard, I'd fight with thee tomorrow. Well, welcome, welcome, I have seen the time. Ulysses. Chapter 1. Wonder now how yonder city stands, when we have here her base and pillar by us. Hector. Chapter 1. Know your favor, Lord Ulysses, well. Ah, sir, there's many a Greek and Trojan dead, since first I saw yourself and Diomed. Chapter 1. En Ilion on your Greekish embassy. Ulysses. Sir, I foretold you then what would ensue. Chapter 1000. Why prophecy is but half his journey yet. For yonder walls, that pertly front your town, yon towers, whose wanton tops do bust the clouds. Chapter 1000. Us't kiss their own feet. Hector. Chapter 1. Must not believe you. There they stand yet, and modestly I think. The fall of every Phrygian stone will cost a drop of Grecian blood, the end crowns all. And that old common arbitrator, time, will one day end it. Ulysses. So to him we leave it. Chapter 1000. Us gentle and most valiant Hector welcome. After the general, I beseech you next to feast with me and see me at my tent. Achilles. Chapter 1. Shall forestall thee, Lord Ulysses, thou. Now, Hector, I have fed mine eyes on thee. Chapter 1. Have with exact view perused thee, Hector, and quoted joint by joint. Hector. Chapter 1. This Achilles. Achilles. Chapter 1. Am Achilles. Hector. Stand fair, I pray thee, let me look on thee. Achilles. Behold thy fill. Hector. Nay, I have done already. Achilles. Thou art too brief, I will the second time, as I would by thee, view thee limb by limb. Hector. Oh, like a book of sport thou'lt read me o'er. But there's more in me than thou understand'st. Why dost thou so oppress me with thine eye? Achilles. Tell me, you heavens, in which part of his body shall I destroy him, whether there or there or there, that I may give the local wound a name, and make distinct the very breach whereout Hector's great spirit flew? Answer me, heavens. Hector. Chapter 1. Would discredit the blessed gods, proud man. To answer such a question, stand again. Think'st thou to catch my life so pleasantly as to prenominate in nice conjecture, where thou wilt hit me dead? Achilles. Chapter 1. Tell thee yea. Hector. Wert thou an oracle to tell me so? Chapter 1. Do not believe thee, henceforth guard thee well. For I'll not kill thee there, nor there, nor there, but by the forge that stithied Mars his helm. Chapter 1. I'll kill thee everywhere, yea, o'er and o'er. You wisest Grecians, pardon me this brag. His insolence draws folly from my lips. But I'll endeavor deeds to match these words. Or may I never. Ajax. Chapter 500. O not chafe thee, cousin. And you, Achilles, let these threats alone, till accident or purpose bring you taught. You may have every day enough of Hector. Chapter 1. If you have stomach, the general state I fear. Chapter 100. And scarce entreat you to be odd with him. Hector. Chapter 1. Pray you let us see you in the field. We have had pelting wars since you refuzzed the Grecians' cause. Achilles. Chapter 500. Thou entreat me, Hector. Tomorrow do I meet thee, fell as death. Tonight all friends. Hector. Thy hand upon that match. Agamemnon. First, all you peers of Greece, go to my tent. There in the full convive we, afterwards, as Hector's leisure and your bounties shall. Chapter 100. Anchor together, severally entreat him. Beat loud the tambourines, let the trumpets blow, that this great soldier may his welcome know. Exeunt all but Troilus and Ulysses. Troilus. Chapter 1000. Why Lord Ulysses, tell me I beseech you. Chapter 1. In what place of the field doth Calchas keep? Ulysses. At Menelaus' tent most princely Troilus. There Diomed doth feast with him tonight, who neither looks upon the heaven nor earth, but gives all gaze and bent of amorous view on the fair Cressida. Troilus. Shall I, sweet lord, be bound to you so much, after we part from Agamemnon's tent, to bring me thither? Ulysses. You shall command me, sir. As gentle tell me of what honor was this Cressida in Troy, had she no lover there, that wails her absence? Troilus. Oh, sir, to such as boasting show their scars, a mock is due. Will you walk on, my lord? She was beloved, she loved, she is and doth. But still sweet love is food for fortune's tooth. Act 5. Scene 1. The Grecian camp, before the tent of Achilles. Enter Achilles and Patroclus. Achilles. Chapter 1. I'll heat his blood with Greekish wine tonight, which with my scimitar I'll cool tomorrow. Patroclus, let us feast him to the height. Patroclus. Here comes their sights. Enter the recites. Achilles. How now, thou core of envy? Thou crusty batch of nature, what's the news? Thersites. Why, thou picture of what thou seemest, and idol of idiot worshippers, here's a letter for thee. Achilles. From whence, fragment? Thersites. Why, thou full dish of fool, from Troy? Patroclus. Who keeps the tent now? Thersites. The surgeon's box or the patient's wound? Patroclus. Well said, adversity, and what needs these tricks? Thersites. Prithee be silent, boy, I profit not by thy talk, thou art said to be Achilles' male varlet. Patroclus. Chapter 1000. Ale varlet, you rogue, what's that? Thersites. Why, his masculine whore. Now, the rotten diseases of the south, the gut-scraping ruptures, catarrhs, lodzo, gravel in the back, lethargies, cold palsies, raw eyes, dirt-rotten livers, wheezing lungs, bladders full of imposthume, sciaticas, lime kilns palm, incurable bone ache, and the rivelled fee simple of the tetter, take and take again such preposterous discoveries. Patroclus. Why, thou damnable box of envy, thou, what meanest thou to curse thus? Thersites. Chapter 500. Oh, I curse thee. Patroclus. Why, no, you ruinous butt, you whoreson indistinguishable cur, no. Thersites. No, why art thou then, exasperate, thou idle immaterial skein of sleeve silk, thou green sarcenet flap for a sore eye, thou tassel of a prodigal's purse, thou? Ah, how the poor world is pestered with such waterflies, diminutives of nature. Patroclus. Stout gull. Thersites. Finch egg. Achilles. Chapter 1000. Why, sweet Patroclus, I am thwarted quite from my great purpose in tomorrow's battle. Here is a letter from Queen Hecuba, a token from her daughter, my fair love, both taxing me and engaging me to keep an oath that I have sworn, I will not break it. Fall Greeks, fail fame, honor or go or stay. Chapter 1000. Why major vow lies here, this I'll obey. Chapter 100. Come, their sights help to trim my tent. This night in banqueting must all be spent. Away, Patroclus. Exit with Patroclus. Thersites. With too much blood and too little brain these two may run mad, but, if with too much brain and too little blood they do, I'll be a curer of madmen. Here's Agamemnon, an honest fellow enough, and one that loves quails, but he has not so much brain as earwax. And the goodly transformation of Jupiter there, his brother, the bull, the primitive statue and oblique memorial of cuckolds. A thrifty shoeing horn and a chain at his brother's leg. To what form but that he is, should wit larded with malice, and malice forced with wit, turn him to? To an ass were nothing, he is both ass and ox. To an ox were nothing, he is both ox and ass. To be a dog, a mule, a cat, a fitchook, a toad, a lizard, an owl, a puttock, or a herring without a roe, I would not care, but to be Menelaus I would conspire against destiny. Ask me not what I would be if I were not Thersites, for I care not to be the louse of a Lazar, so I were not Menelaus. Heyday, sprites and fires. Enter Hector, Troilus, Ajax, Agamemnon, Ulysses, Nestor, Menelaus, and Diomes with lights. Agamemnon. We go wrong, we go wrong. Ajax. No, yonder tease. There, where we see the lights. Hector. Chapter 1, Trouble You. Ajax. No, not a whit. Ulysses. Here comes himself to guide you. Re-enter Achilles. Achilles. Welcome, brave Hector, welcome, princes all. Agamemnon. So now, fair prince of Troy, I bid good night. Ajax commands the guard to tend on you. Hector. Thanks and good night to the Greeks' general. Chapter 1000, Enelaus. Good night, my lord. Hector. Good night, sweet Lord Menelaus. Thersites. Sweet draught, sweet quotha. Sweet sink, sweet sewer. Achilles. Good night and welcome, both at once to those that go or tarry. Agamemnon. Good night. Exeunt Agamemnon and Menelaus. Achilles. Old Nestor tarries, and you too, Diomed. Keep Hector company an hour or two. Chapter 501, Omeds. Chapter 1, Cannot, Lord, I have important business. The tide whereof is now, good night, great Hector. Hector. Give me your hand. Ulysses. Aside to Troilus, follow his torch, he goes to. Chapter 100, Alch's tent, I'll keep you company. Troilus. Sweet sir, you honor me. Hector. And so, good night. Exit Diomes, Ulysses and Troilus following. Achilles. Chapter 100, come, enter my tent. Exeunt all but Thersites. Thersites. That same Diomes a false-hearted rogue, a most unjust knave. I will no more trust him when he leers than I will a serpent when he hisses. He will spend his mouth and promise like Brabbler the hound, but when he performs, astronomers foretell it. It is prodigious, there will come some change. The sun borrows of the moon when Diomed keeps his word. I will rather leave to see Hector than not to dog him. They say he keeps a Trojan drab and uses the traitor Calchas' tent. I'll after. Nothing but lechery, all incontinent varlets. Scene 2, the Grecian camp, before Calchas' tent. Enter Diomes. Chapter 501, Omeds. What, are you up here, ho, speak? Chapter 100, Alchas. Who calls? Chapter 501, Omeds. Chapter 501, Omed, Calchas I think, where's your daughter? Chapter 100, Alchas. She comes to you. Enter Troilus and Ulysses at a distance, after them their sights. Ulysses. Stand where the torch may not discover us. Enter Cressida. Troilus. Chapter 100, Resid comes forth to him. Chapter 501, Omeds. How now, my charge? Chapter 100, Ariasida. Now, my sweet guardian, hark a word with you. Troilus. Yea, so familiar. Ulysses. She will sing any man at first sight. Thersites. And any man may sing her if he can take her cliff, she's noted. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Will you remember? Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Remember, yes. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Nay, but do then. And let your mind be coupled with your words. Troilus. What should she remember? Ulysses. Chapter 51, Sint. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Sweet honey Greek, tempt me no more to folly. THERSITES. Roguery. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Nay then. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 1, I'll tell you what. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Fo, come telepin, you are a forsworn. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 1, in faith I cannot, what would you have me do? THERSITES. A juggling trick to be secretly open. Chapter 501, OMEDES. What did you swear you would bestow on me? Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 1, prithee, do not hold me to mine oath. Bid me do anything but that, sweet Greek. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Good night. Troilus. Hold patience. Ulysses. How now, Trojan? Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 501, OMED. Chapter 501, OMEDES. No, good night, I'll be your fool no more. Troilus. Thy better must. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Hark, a word in your ear. Troilus. O plague and madness. Ulysses. You are moved, prince, let us depart, I pray. Chapter 50, est your displeasure should enlarge itself. To wrathful terms, this place is dangerous. The time right deadly, I beseech you go. Troilus. Behold, I pray you. Ulysses. Nay, good my lord, go off. You flow to great distraction, come my lord. Troilus. Chapter 1, pray thee stay. Ulysses. You have not patience, come. Troilus. Chapter 1, pray you stay, by hell and all hell's torments. Chapter 1, will not speak a word. Chapter 501, OMEDES. And so, good night. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Nay, but you pardon anger. Troilus. Chapter 500, aught that grieve thee, O withered truth. Ulysses. How now, my lords? Troilus. By Jove, I will be patient. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Guardian, why Greeks? Chapter 501, OMEDES. Fo, adieu, you palter. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 1, in faith I do not, come hither once again. Ulysses. You shake, my lord, at something, will you go? You will break out. Troilus. She strokes his cheek. Ulysses. Chapter 100, come. Troilus. Nay, stay, by Jove, I will not speak a word. There is between my will and all offenses. A guard of patience, stay a little while. THERSITES. How the devil luxury, with his fat rump and potato finger, tickles these together. Fry, lechery, fry. Chapter 501, OMEDES. But will use then. Chapter 100, RESSIDA. Chapter 1, in faith I will never trust me else. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Give me some token for the surety of it. Chapter 100, Retelling. Chapter 1, I'll fetch you one. Ulysses. You have sworn patience. Troilus. Fear me not, my lord. Chapter 1, will not be myself nor have cognition. Of what I feel, I am all patience. Re-enter Cressida. Thersits. Now the pledge, now. Chapter 100, Retelling. Here, Diom'd, keep this sleeve. Troilus. O beauty, where is thy faith? Ulysses. Chapter 1000, Why Lord? Troilus. Chapter 1, will be patient, outwardly I will. Chapter 100, Retelling. You look upon that sleeve, behold it well. He loved me, O false wench, give it me again. Chapter 501, Omeds. Whose wast? Chapter 100, Retelling. Chapter 1, Tea is no matter, now I haved again. Chapter 1, will not meet with you tomorrow night. Chapter 1, Prithee, Diom'd, visit me no more. Thersits. Now she sharpens, well said whetstone. Chapter 501, Omeds. Chapter 1 shall have it. Chapter 100, Retelling. What this? Chapter 501, Omeds. I that. Chapter 100, Retelling. O all you gods, O pretty pledge. Thy master now lies thinking on his bed. Of thee and me, and sighs and takes my glove. And gives memorial dainty kisses to it. As I kiss thee, nay, do not snatch it from me. He that takes that doth take my heart withal. Chapter 501, Omeds. Chapter 1, had your heart before this follows it. Troilus. Chapter 1, did swear patience. Chapter 100, Retelling. You shall not have it, Diom'd, faith you shall not. Chapter 1, I'll give you something else. Chapter 501, Omeds. Chapter 1, will have this, whose was it? Chapter 100, Retelling. Chapter 1, Tea is no matter. Chapter 501, Omeds. Chapter 100, tell me whose it was. Chapter 100, Retelling. 'Twas ones that loved me better than you will. But now you have it, take it. Chapter 501, Omeds. Whose was it? Chapter 100, Retelling. By all Diana's waiting women yond. And by herself, I will not tell you whose. Chapter 501, Omeds. Tomorrow will I wear it on my helm. And grieve his spirit that dares not challenge it. Troilus. Wert thou the devil, and worst it on thy horn. Chapter 1, Tea should be challenged. Chapter 100, Retelling. Well, tea's done, tea's past, and yet it is not. Chapter 1, will not keep my word. Chapter 501, Omeds. Why, then farewell. Thou never shalt mock Diom'd again. Chapter 100, Retelling. You shall not go, one cannot speak a word. But it straight starts you. Chapter 501, Omeds. Chapter 1, do not like this fooling. Thersits. Nor I by Pluto, but that likes not you. Pleases me best. Chapter 501, Omeds. What shall I come, the hour? Chapter 100, Retelling. I come, O Jove, do come, I shall be plagued. Chapter 501, Omeds. Farewell till then. Chapter 100, Retelling. Good night, I prithee come. Troilus, farewell, one eye yet looks on thee. But with my heart the other eye doth see. Ah, poor our sex, this fault in us I find. The error of our eye directs our mind. What error leads must err, oh then conclude. Chapter 1001. NDS swayed by eyes are full of turpitude. THERSITS. A proof of strength she could not publish more. Unless she said, my mind is now turned whore. Ulysses. All's done, my lord. Troilus. Chapter 1 T is. Ulysses. Why stay we then? Troilus. To make a recordation to my soul of every syllable that here was spoke. But if I tell how these two did coact, shall I not lie in publishing a truth? Sith, yet there is a credence in my heart, an assurance so obstinately strong, that doth invert chattest of eyes and ears, as if those organs had deceptious functions. Chapter 100, read it only to calumniate. Was Cressida here? Ulysses. Chapter 1, cannot conjure Trojan. Troilus. She was not sure. Ulysses. Chapter 1000, sure she was. Troilus. Why, my negation hath no taste of madness. Ulysses. Nor mine, my lord, Cressida was here but now. Troilus. Chapter 50, it not be believed for womanhood. Think we had mothers, do not give advantage. To stubborn critics, apt without a theme. For deprivation, to square the general sex. By Cressida's rule, rather think this not Cressida. Ulysses. What hath she done, prince, that can soil our mothers? Troilus. Nothing at all, unless that this were she. THERSITS. Will he swagger himself out on's own eyes? Troilus. This she? No, this is Diom's Cressida. Chapter 1, F beauty have a soul, this is not she. Chapter 1, F souls guide vows if vows be sanctimonies. Chapter 1, F sanctimony be the God's delight. Chapter 1, F there be rule in unity itself. This was not she, O madness of discourse. That cause sets up with and against itself. Bifold authority, where reason can revolt. Without perdition and loss assume all reason. Without revolt this is and is not Cressida. Within my soul there doth conduce a fight. Of this strange nature, that a thing inseparate. Chapter 1003, ease more whiter than the sky and earth. And yet the spacious breadth of this division admits no orifice for a point as subtle as Ariadne's broken woof to enter. Chapter 1, Instance o instance, strong as Pluto's gates. Chapter 100, Rested is mine, tied with the bonds of heaven. Chapter 1, Instance o instance, strong as heaven itself. The bonds of heaven are slipped, dissolved, and loosed. And with another knot, 5-finger tied. The fractions of her faith, orts of her love. The fragments, scraps, the bits, and greasy relics of her o'er-eaten faith are given to Diom'd. Ulysses. Chapter 1000, I worthy Troilus be half attached with that which here his passion doth express. Troilus. I Greek, and that shall be divulged well. Chapter 1, N characters as red as Mars his heart. Chapter 1, N flammed with Venus, never did young man fancy. With so eternal and so fixed a soul. Hark, Greek, as much as I do Cressida love. So much by weight hate I her Diom'd. That sleeve is mine that he'll bear on his helm. Were it a casque composed by Vulcan's skill. Chapter 1000, why sword should bite it, not the dreadful spout. Which shipmen do the hurricano call. Chapter 100, onstringed in mass by the almighty sun. Shall dizzy with more clamor Neptune's ear. Chapter 1, N his descent than shall my prompted sword. Falling on Diom'd. Thersits. He'll tickle it for his concuppy. Troilus. O Cressid, O false Cressid, false, false, false. Chapter 50. Et all untruths stand by thy stained name, and they'll seem glorious. Ulysses. Oh, contain yourself. Your passion draws ears hither. Enter Aeneas. Aeneas. Chapter 1. Have been seeking you this hour, my lord. Hector by this is arming him in Troy. Ajax, your guard, stays to conduct you home. Troilus. Have with you, prince, my courteous lord, adieu. Farewell, revolted fair, and Diomede. Stand fast and wear a castle on thy head. Ulysses. Chapter 1. I'll bring you to the gates. Troilus. Accept distracted thanks. Exeunt Troilus, Aeneas, and Ulysses. Thersits. Would I could meet that rogue Diomede, I would croak like a raven, I would bode. Patroclus will give me anything for the intelligence of this whore. The parrot will not do more for an almond than he for a commodious drab. Lechery, still wars and lechery, nothing else holds fashion. A burning devil take them. Scene 3. Troy, before Priam's palace. Enter Hector and Andromache. Andromache. When was my lord so much ungently tempered? To stop his ears against admonishment. Unarm, and do not fight today. Hector. You train me to offend you, get you in. By all the everlasting gods I'll go. Andromache. Chapter 1000. Why dreams will sure prove ominous to the day. Hector. No more, I say. Enter Cassandra. Chapter 100. Assandra. Where is my brother Hector? Andromache. Here, sister, armed and bloody in intent. Chapter 100. Consort with me in loud and dear petition. Pursue we him on knees, for I have dreamt of bloody turbulence, and this whole night hath nothing been but shapes and forms of slaughter. Chapter 100. Assandra. Oh, 'tis true. Hector. Ho, bid my trumpet sound. Chapter 100. Assandra. No notes of Sally, for the heavens' sweet brother. Hector. Begone, I say, the gods have heard me swear. Chapter 100. Assandra. The gods are deaf to hot and peevish vows. They are polluted offerings more abhorred than spotted livers in the sacrifice. Andromache. Oh, be persuaded, do not count it holy. To hurt by being just, it is as lawful. For we would give much to use violent thefts and rob in the behalf of charity. Chapter 100. Assandra. Chapter 1. T is the purpose that makes strong the vow. But vows to every purpose must not hold. Unarmed, sweet Hector. Hector. Hold you still, I say. Chapter 1001. Knee honor keeps the weather of my fate. Chapter 51. Fee every man holds dear, but the dear man holds honor far more precious dear than life. Enter Troilus. How now, young man, mean'st thou to fight today? Andromache. Chapter 100. Cassandra, call my father to persuade. Hector. No faith, young Troilus, doff thy harness, youth. Chapter 1. Today I vain of chivalry. Chapter 50. Et grow thy sinews till their knots be strong, and tempt not yet the brushes of the war. Unarmed these go, and doubt thou not, brave boy. Chapter 1. I'll stand today for thee and me and Troy. Troilus. Brother, you have a vice of mercy in you, which better fits a lion than a man. Hector. What vice is that? Good Troilus chide me for it. Troilus. When many times the captive Grecian falls, even in the fan and wind of your fair sword. You bid them rise and live. Hector, oh, 'tis fair play. Troilus, fool's play by heaven Hector. Hector, how now. Troilus, for love of all the gods. Chapter 50, Let's leave the hermit pity with our mother. And when we have our armors buckled on, the venomed vengeance ride upon our swords. Spur them to ruthful work, rein them from ruth. Hector, fie savage fie. Troilus, Hector then tease wars. Hector, Troilus, I would not have you fight today. Troilus, who should withhold me? Not fate obedience, nor the hand of Mars. Beckoning with fiery truncheon my retire. Not Priamus and Hecuba on knees, their eyes o'ergalled with recourse of tears. Nor you, my brother, with your true sword drawn. Oppas to hinder me should stop my way. But by my ruins, re-enter Cassandra with Priam. Chapter 100, ASSANDRA. Chapter 50, I hold upon him, Priam, hold him fast. He is thy crutch, now if thou lose thy stay. Thou on him leaning, and all Troy on thee. Fall altogether. Priam. Chapter 100, Hector, come go back. Thy wife hath dreamt, thy mother hath had visions. Chapter 100, Cassandra doth foresee, and I myself am like a prophet suddenly enwrapped, to tell thee that this day is ominous. Therefore come back. Hector, Aeneas is afield, and I do stand and gag to many Greeks, even in the faith of valor to appear this morning to them. Priam, I, but thou shalt not go. Hector, Chapter 1, must not break my faith. You know me dutiful, therefore, dear sir. Chapter 50, let me not shame respect, but give me leave to take that course by your consent and voice, which you do here forbid me, royal Priam. Chapter 100, ASSANDRA. O Priam, yield not to him. Andromache. Chapter 500, O not dear father. Hector. Andromache, I am offended with you. Upon the love you bear me, get you in. Exit Andromache. Troilus. This foolish, dreaming, superstitious girl. Chapter 1000, aches all these bodements. Chapter 100, ASSANDRA. Oh, farewell, dear Hector. Chapter 50, ook how thou deest, look how thy eye turns pale. Chapter 50, ook how thy wounds do bleed at many vents. Hark how Troy roars, how Hecuba cries out. How poor Andromache shrills her dollars forth. Behold distraction, frenzy, and amazement. Chapter 51, key witless antics one another meet. And all cry, Hector, Hector's dead, O Hector. Troilus. Away, away. Chapter 100, ASSANDRA. Farewell, yet soft, Hector, I take my leave. Thou dost thyself and all our Troy deceive. Hector. You are amazed, my liege, at her exclaim. Go in and cheer the town, we'll forth and fight. Chapter 500, O deeds worth praise and tell you them at night. Priam. Farewell, the gods with safety stand about thee. Exeunt severally Priam and Hector, alarums. Troilus. They are at it, hark, proud Diomede, believe. Chapter 1, come to lose my arm or win my sleeve. Enter Pandarus. Pandarus. Chapter 500, O you hear, my lord, do you hear? Troilus. What now? Pandarus. Here's a letter come from yond poor girl. Troilus. Chapter 50, et me read. Pandarus, a whoreson Tisic, a whoreson rascally Tisic, so troubles me, and the foolish fortune of this girl, and what one thing, what another, that I shall leave you one these days. And I have a rheum in mine eyes too, and such an ache in my bones that unless a man were cursed, I cannot tell what to think on't. What says she there? Troilus. Words, words, mere words, no matter from the heart. Th effect doth operate another way. Tearing the letter. Go, wind, to wind, their turn and change together. Chapter 1000. Why love with words and errors still she feeds, but edifies another with her deeds. Exeunt severally. Scene 4. The plain between Troy and the Grecian camp. Alarums, excursions, enter their sights. Thersits. Now they are clapperclawing one another. I'll go look on. That dissembling abominable varlet, Diomede, has got that same scurvy doting foolish young knave sleeve of Troy there in his helm. I would fain see them meet, that same young Trojan ass that loves the whore there might send that Greekish whoremasterly villain with the sleeve back to the dissembling luxurious drab of a sleeveless errand. Oh, the other side, the policy of those crafty swearing rascals that stale old mouse eat dry cheese Nestor, and that same dog fox Ulysses is not proved worth a blackberry. They set me up in policy that mongrel cur Ajax against that dog of his bad a kind Achilles, and now is the cur Ajax prouder than the cur Achilles and will not arm today. Whereupon the Grecians begin to proclaim barbarism, and policy grows into an ill opinion. Enter Diomedes, Troilus following. Soft, here comes sleeve and t'other. Troilus. Fly not, for shouldst thou take the river Styx, I would swim after. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Thou dost miscall retire. Chapter 1, Do not fly, but advantageous care. Withdrew me from the odds of multitude. Have at thee. Thersits. Hold thy whore, Grecian, now for thy whore. Trojan, now the sleeve, now the sleeve. Exeunt Troilus and Diomedes fighting. Enter Hector. Hector. What art thou, Greek? Art thou for Hector's match? Art thou of blood and honor? Thersits. No, no, I am a rascal, a scurvy railing knave, a very filthy rogue. Hector. Chapter 1. Do believe thee, live. Thersits. God a mercy that thou wilt believe me, but a plague break thy neck for frighting me. What's become of the wenching rogues? I think they have swallowed one another. I would laugh at that miracle. Yet in a sort, lechery eats itself. I'll seek them. Scene 5. Another part of the plain. Enter Diomedes and a servant. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Go, go, my servant, take thou Troilus' horse. Present the fair steed to my lady Cressida. Fellow, commend my service to her beauty. Tell her I have chastised the amorous Trojan, and am her knight by proof. Servant. Chapter 1, Go, my lord. Enter Agamemnon. Agamemnon. Renew, renew, the fierce Polydamas. Hath beat down Menon, bastard Margirlan. Hath Dorius prisoner. And stands Colossus-wise, waving his beam. Upon the pashed courses of the kings. Epistrophus and Cedius, Polixenes is slain. Amphimachus and Thoas deadly hurt. Patroclus ta'en or slain, and Palames. Sore hurt and bruised, the dreadful Sagittary. Appalls our numbers, haste we, Diomed. To reinforcement, or we perish all. Enter Nestor. Nestor. Go, bear Patroclus' body to Achilles. And bid the snail-packed Ajax arm for shame. There is 1,000 Hectors in the field. Now here he fights on Galath his horse. And there lacks work, anon he's there afoot. And there they fly or die, like scaled skulls. Before the belching whale, then is he yonder. And there the strawy Greeks, ripe for his edge, fall down before him like the mower's swath. Here, there, and everywhere he leaves and takes. Chapter 500, Dexterity so obeying appetite. That what he will he does, and does so much. That proof is called impossibility. Enter Ulysses. Ulysses. Oh, courage, 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 princes, great Achilles. Chapter 1, arming, weeping, cursing, vowing vengeance. Patroclus' wounds have roused his drowsy blood, together with his mangled myrmidons. That noseless, handless, hacked and chipped come to him. Chapter 100, Rying on Hector, Ajax hath lost a friend, and foams at mouth, and he is armed and at it, roaring for Troilus, who hath done today. Chapter 1000, Ad and fantastic execution, engaging and redeeming of himself, with such a careless force and forceless care, as if that lust, in very spite of cunning, bade him win all. Enter Ajax. Ajax. Troilus, thou coward Troilus. Chapter 501, OMEDES. There's there. Nestor. So, we draw together. Enter Achilles. Achilles. Where is this Hector? Chapter 100, come thou boy queller, show thy face. Know what it is to meet Achilles angry. Hector, where's Hector? I will none but Hector. Scene 6, another part of the plain. Enter Ajax. Ajax. Troilus, thou coward Troilus, show thy head. Enter Diomedes. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Troilus, I say, where est Troilus? Ajax. What wouldst thou? Chapter 501, OMEDES. Chapter 1 would correct him. Ajax. Were I the general, thou shouldst have my office. Ere that correction, Troilus, I say, what Troilus? Enter Troilus. Troilus. O traitor Diomed, turn thy false face, thou traitor, and pay thy life thou owest me for my horse. Chapter 501, OMEDES. Art thou there? Ajax. Chapter 1, I'll fight with him alone, stand Diomed. Chapter 501, OMEDES. He is my prize, I will not look upon. Troilus. Chapter 100, both you cogging Greeks have it you both. Exeunt fighting. Enter Hector. Hector. Yea, Troilus, O well fought, my youngest brother. Enter Achilles. Achilles. Now do I see thee, have it thee, Hector. Hector. Pause if thou wilt. Achilles. Chapter 1, do disdain thy courtesy, proud Trojan. Be happy that my arms are out of use. Chapter 1000, why rest and negligence befriend thee now? But thou anon shalt hear of me again. Till when, go seek thy fortune. Hector. Fare thee well. Chapter 1 would have been much more a fresher man, had I expected thee. Re-enter Troilus. How now, my brother? Troilus. Ajax hath ta'en Aeneas, shall it be? No, by the flame of yonder glorious heaven. He shall not carry him, I'll be ta'en too. Or bring him off, fate, hear me what I say. Chapter 1, reck not though thou end my life today. Enter one in armor. Hector. Stand, thou Greek, thou art a goodly mark. No, wilt thou not, I like thy armor well. Chapter 1, I'll fresh it and unlock the rivets all. But I'll be master of it, wilt thou not, beast, abide? Why then, fly on, I'll hunt thee for thy hide. Scene 7, another part of the plain. Enter Achilles with myrmidons. Achilles. Chapter 100, hear about me, you my myrmidons. Chapter 1000, what I say, attend me where I wheel. Strike not a stroke, but keep yourselves in breath. And when I have the bloody Hector found, impale him with your weapons round about. Chapter 1. In fellest manner execute your arms. Follow me, sirs, and my proceedings I. Chapter 1. T is decreed Hector the great must die. Enter Menelaus and Paris, fighting, then their sights. Thersits. The cuckold and the cuckold maker are at it. Now bull, now dog, Lou Paris, Lou now my double hen Spartan, Lou Paris, Lou the bull has the game. Where horns ho. Exeunt Paris and Menelaus. Enter Margerlin. Chapter 1000, Arglon. Turn, slave, and fight. Thersits. What art thou? Chapter 1000, Arglon. A bastard son of Priam S. Thersits. Chapter 1, I'm a bastard too, I love bastards. I am a bastard begot, bastard instructed, bastard in mind, bastard in valor, in everything illegitimate. One bear will not bite another, and wherefore should one bastard? Take heed, the quarrel's most ominous to us. If the son of a whore fight for a whore, he tempts judgment. Farewell, bastard. Chapter 1000, Arglon. The devil take thee, coward. Scene 8, another part of the plain. Enter Hector. Hector. Chapter 1000, Ost putrefied core so fair without. Thy goodly armor thus hath cost thy life. Now is my day's work done, I'll take my breath. Rest, sword, thou hast thy fill of blood and death. Enter Achilles and Myrmidons. Achilles. Chapter 50, Hector, how the sun begins to set. How ugly night comes breathing at his heels. Even with the veil and darkening of the sun. To close the day up, Hector's life is done. Hector. Chapter 1, am unarmed, forgo this vantage, Greek. Achilles. Strike, fellows, strike, this is the man I seek. So Ilion fall thou next, now Troy sink down. Here lies thy heart, thy sinews, and thy bone. On, Myrmidons, and cry you all amen. Achilles hath the mighty Hector slain. A retreat sounded. Hark, a retire upon our Grecian part. Chapter 1000, Yrmidon. The Trojan trumpets sound the like, my lord. Achilles. The dragon wing of night o'erspreads the earth. And, stickler-like, the armies separates. Chapter 1000, why half-supped sword that frankly would have fed. Pleased with this dainty bait, thus goes to bed. Sheathes his sword. Chapter 100, tie his body to my horse's tail. Along the field I will the Trojan trail. Scene 9, another part of the plain. Sound retreat, shout. Enter Agamemnon, Ajax, Menelaus, Nestor, Diomedes, and the rest marching. Agamemnon. Hark, hark, what shout is this? Nestor. Peace drums. Soldiers. Achilles, Achilles, Hector slain Achilles. Chapter 501, Omeds. The brute is, Hector slain and by Achilles. Ajax. Chapter 1, if it be so, yet bragless let it be. Great Hector was as good a man as he. Agamemnon. Chapter 1000, arch patiently along, let one be sent. To pray Achilles see us at our tent. Chapter 1, F in his death the gods have us befriended. Great Troy is ours, and our sharp wars are ended. Scene 10, another part of the plain. Enter Aeneas, Paris, Antenor, and Deiphobus. Aeneas. Stand ho, yet are we masters of the field. Never go home, here starve we out the night. Enter Troilus. Troilus. Hector is slain. Boal. Hector the gods forbid. Troilus. He's dead and at the murderer's horse's tail. Chapter 1, N beastly sort, dragged through the shameful field. Frown on, you heavens, affect your rage with speed. Sit, gods, upon your thrones and smile at Troy. Chapter 1, say at once let your brief plagues be mercy. And linger not our sure destructions on. Aeneas. Chapter 1000, why, Lord, you do discomfort all the host. Troilus. You understand me not that tell me so. Chapter 1, do not speak of flight of fear of death, but dare all imminence that gods and men address their dangers in, Hector is gone. Who shall tell Priam so, or Hecuba? Chapter 50, at him that will a screech shall I be called. Go into Troy, and say there Hector's dead. There is a word will Priam turn to stone. Chapter 1000, ache wells and Niobes of the maids and wives. Chapter 100, old statues of the youth, and, in a word, scare Troy out of itself, but march away. Hector is dead, there is no more to say. Stay yet, you vile abominable tents. Thus proudly pite upon our Phrygian plains. Chapter 50, et Titan rise as early as he dare. Chapter 1, all through and through you, and thou greatest coward. No space of earth shall sunder our two hates. Chapter 1, I'll haunt thee like a wicked conscience still, that mouldeth goblins swift as frenzy's thoughts. Strike a free march to Troy, with comfort go. Hope of revenge shall hide our inward woe. Enter Pandarus. Pandarus. But hear you, hear you. Troilus. Hence broker lackey, ignominy and shame. Pursue thy life, and live I with thy name. Exeunt all but Pandarus. Pandarus. A goodly medicine for my aching bones. O world, world, thus is the poor agent despised. O traitors and bawds, how earnestly are you set a work, and how ill requited. Why should our endeavor be so loved, and the performance so loathed? What verse for it, what instance for it, let me see. Full merrily the humblebee doth sing, till he hath lost his honey and his sting. And being once subdued in armed trail, sweet honey and sweet notes together fail. Good traders in the flesh, set this in your painted cloths. As many as be here of Pandar's hall. Your eyes, half out, weep out at Pandar's fall. Or, if you cannot weep, yet give some groans. Though not for me, yet for your aching bones. Brethren and sisters of the whole door trade. Some 2 months hence, my will shall here be made. Chapter 1, tea should be now, but that my fear is this. Some galled goose of Winchester would hiss. Till then I'll sweat and seek about for eases. And at that time bequeath you my diseases.